Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover.
Powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Stibbs writes in on YouTube, I hope John's grumpy. I love Grumpy John.
Why?
What's going on with our mics?
What is going? Hello.
I'm confused. Hello. Everything's fine now.
Are we sure? Did you
Yes.
turn my mic off? Did I turn my mic off? What happened?
No, it's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's
Why
okay.
would I be grumpy?
Why would John be grumpy? He would be happy.
Unless it's because it was a late night last night.
John's always kind of grumpy, though. Just a little.
Okay, but it's varying degrees. I mean, it's like...
Oh, what's your grump level?
Well, it's a DEF CON level. It's 1 through 5. You never want to see DEF CON 1.
I don't think we have.
No. You've never seen DEF CON 1.
Because as mad as as grumpy as you've been at times, I always felt like there was another level or two.
I can always find another level
of grump.
We can always be grumpier.
There can always be more grump.
Yeah. So I don't think we've seen that yet.
I appreciate
nor do I want
the challenge. Yeah, you don't want to see it.
How many times?
I don't want to see it.
How many times have you been level 1 grump in your life? Do you think?
Grump 1.
I don't know, man. It's one of those things where it's hard to. It's probably closer to a blind rage where you don't even remember it.
The blind grump.
But
I've had that. Yeah.
It's
like, why was I so mad that day?
I've been there too.
Grump Con 1, Josh says.
Grump Con 1.
Con 1. Yeah, that's about right. It's again, most of the time it's probably set off by stupid referees.
Yeah, but that's what. Is there a
Evan Burrows, you suck!
Is there a difference between anger and grumpiness?
I think anger is worse than grump.
Yeah. Grumpiness is anger is like a punch. Grumpiness is like
it's like a simmer.
It's a mood. It's a vibe, as Nick would call it.
It is a vibe.
I feel like you can be grumpy.
An aura.
You can be grumpy for a long period of time, but I don't think you can be angry for a long period of time.
Well, I bet
it takes a lot of energy to be angry.
I bet you could. I ran into our dear friend Roger Ayers last night, who got there on time.
He was there on time,
and
good for him.
We're building quite the relationship.
Really?
We now shake hands every time we see each other.
Want to shake your hand?
Yeah, want to shake your hand.
When did this start?
So it started when he got here 4 seconds before the last game started.
So this is like a two-game
thing. It's quite the relationship.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah. He that same game, going back the 2 games ago when he was running late because of the flight, he had to come over and review something, and he overheard what I was saying. I was actually describing a foul that he called, and I was agreeing with him on the foul that he called, and he could hear me, and I was just kind of describing, hey, the St. John's player easily pushed off, and then was kind of, giving him the business about, crossface and like, I didn't do anything, I'm innocent. And he could hear, and Roger Ayers could hear me, and he just kind of looked over and winked.
He was like, "Yeah, keep going, keep saying that."
I know. I
Good
know
take.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
It's very rare that happens. That
John handshake meme refs.
Me and refs.
Wow.
Handshake emoji.
Yeah,
I've actually, you know what? The last 2 games now. Maybe it's because Creighton won. You tend to feel better about the refs after you win.
Certainly helpful.
But there wasn't any, man, these guys are struggling tonight. Oh, they're missing all these calls, blah, blah, blah.
No, there was never a point in the game where I felt the need to look over and see how red your face was. Usually that's how I can tell. So, didn't happen last night.
Nope.
It was pretty smooth sailing last night.
Good.
Yeah, it was.
Once again, why would John be grumpy?
Well, the only thing I can think of is because it was a late night last night.
Yeah.
And, because I didn't get home until midnight. And then,
it was.
And then, it's never easy to unwind. So I had a bowl of soup.
Ooh, what kind of soup?
A bowl of soup before bed.
Yeah. The wife made some of her,
chicken tortilla.
No. Zuppa Toscana.
Oh, I love Zuppa
Toscana. Oh, she makes great Zuppa Toscana.
Zuppa Toscana.
And so I had a bowl of that
other day
and watched a little YouTube.
How long does it take you to unwind? It usually takes me, if I get home late,
like an hour.
I need about an hour.
At least an hour.
I usually just go work on when I got home last night, I just went and worked on the show for an hour and then went to bed after that.
And you got sleepy.
And I got sleepy.
Then I got sleepy.
Indeed. Yeah. Stibbs follows up and says, I'm a Zupa stan.
It's really good.
I do like
My
Zupa.
wife's really nailed that recipe.
Love it.
Love the Zupa Toscana.
I've got a confession.
Toscana, Wascana.
Toscana. I like the Olive Garden Zupa Toscana a lot. I think it's good.
I don't think there's anything wrong with liking Olive Garden.
No?
No, there's nothing wrong with it, but let's just remember what it is. It's Italian Applebee's.
You got it.
True.
You got it. You just got to understand what you're doing. Like you're not going to an authentic Italian restaurant as long as you know that.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Fair.
I got no problem. I got no problems with Applebee's. I got no problems with Olive Garden.
I haven't had Applebee's in so long.
It actually has been a very long time. Although they advertise a lot.
They do.
They've always advertised a
It's
lot.
A lot.
I will say I had
They're
Chili's.
really pumping their burgers right now.
I had Chili's for the first time ever recently. And I think I like Applebee's more than Chili's.
Ooh.
I take that back. I have had Applebee's somewhat recently because they've been doing the whole deal where they got some
dollar
burger,
margs?
they got some burger and fries deal going
That's
on.
what that's what they're advertising.
But they've been doing it for a while. And once they got home, as Jack Mitchell now is with us in the stream today.
Hello.
But I got home and I could tell there was a little clamshell, the box, and it had a sandwich in it and it had the fries in it.
You ate it without knowing where it was from?
Initially, yes.
Mm.
And then I realized at some point, wait a minute, this might be Applebee's.
Wow.
YouTube
And I was surprisingly not underwhelmed because my whole bit about Applebee's is doesn't matter what you order, everything tastes the same. Hey, the chicken, it tastes like the steak, it tastes like the nachos. That's just been my bit.
I used to really enjoy. They had like a pasta, and I want to say that they put. It sounds bad. They put like chicken tenders in it basically and chopped them up, but it was like a mac and cheese chicken, but there was kind of like an Asian sauce on the chicken, and I really liked it. And so I went to Applebee's a little bit in college to get this whatever the hell it was. Sure. And it was enjoyable. I mean, liked
Applebee's and Jack, of course, he's famous for taking his wife on dates to Applebee's.
Just the first one.
The first one.
The second one was to TGI Fridays, just to be clear.
Are you coming up on? Are you coming up on a landmark like a 2025?
Let's see. June 2026. It'll be year 25 of marriage.
Wow. I think you need to go to that Applebee's.
Yeah, we should. It does still. Somebody told me it was torn down, but then I heard it does exist. So I'm not. We drove and actually saw it a couple years back. It's the Applebee's outside of the Southern Hills Mall in Sioux City, Iowa. So
I think that's what
it still exists.
She'll be like, we should go back to Italy. We should go to the Bahamas. We should go here. No, we need to go back to the Sioux City.
We're going to Sioux City, the most romantic city in America, right? And right outside the mall, the most romantic area in the most romantic city in America.
In a way, it is more romantic than taking a beautiful trip to Italy.
Yes.
You go back to the side of the first date where it all
it's the
started.
most important thing.
I know. I'd love to do it. I don't think she'd have any, problem with. She wouldn't have any problem with it.
You have to you have to do the big surprise thing. Like, honey, get in the car. And we're just gonna go for a little while.
Put a hood over her head for 3 hours.
we honestly should do that because
let's call it Tuesday night.
For our first dates, we had to drive at least 45 minutes. Well, our first date was in Sioux City. We had to drive 45 minutes to get there on a first date. Our second date was in Sioux Falls. That's 90 minutes each direction. So we drove 90 minutes to Sioux Falls. Went to TGI Fridays, saw the movie Simon Birch, and drove back 90 miles and started dating officially that night. So obviously, good job me.
It worked out.
You had her trapped in a car with you for 3 hours.
Yeah.
What else were you gonna do?
3 hours of driving. That's wild. That's wild.
Was there a moment in that long car ride where you're like, oh, I have to pass gas here. What am I going to do?
I don't recall. I think I took it pretty easy at TGI Fridays that night, just in case,
Make sure you got it. I'd like something that's not gas.
I'm not going to get chili today.
I'll just have a sugar packet or two.
Do you remember what you ordered
Oh,
at the
my.
Applebee's?
So I do, because we still laugh about it, because for some reason, I wanted to send off the vibe to her that I was a super healthy eater. So I ordered like some sort of
Did you order the Oriental chicken salad?
No, simple.
No, I ordered like some grilled chicken dish. And get this, I asked them to, I don't believe I did this. I've never done this any other time before or after in my life. I had them sub like the fries or whatever side it was for the like sauteed vegetables to show off
At Applebee's.
at Applebee's. Like, check this out. I take her to a nice place and I eat super healthy. She's going to be super into it. Well, she was. It worked, obviously. I got her number. How you like them apples? So forth. But,
I would say, Jack, though, that always gets a reaction. If you sub out the fries for the vegetable medley, the people at your table are always going to say, "Oh,
Yeah, it's like an either or. They're either going to be impressed by you or like,
oh, yes.
what is he thinking? He's clearly got something
That's
going on."
like going to Cane's and getting double slaw and no fries.
You're right,
that is
Connor.
psychotic behavior.
It's a chess move, isn't it? It's a complete chess move, right? Is that a bluff? Is that real? What is she thinking that I'm thinking in that moment? It was a bluff. She found out later in her life that I'll never do that again at all.
It was not real at all.
It was a full bluff. Yeah.
So I'm thinking Applebee's is the baseline, right? Person in
Baseline
our
for what?
just Applebee's is Applebee's,
Oh,
and then
okay.
Olive Garden is Italian Applebee's.
Yep.
Chili's is Tex-Mex Applebee's. What are the other types of Applebee's?
Texas Roadhouse is Texas Applebee's.
Yeah.
Yes.
Barbecue Applebee's.
What's barbecue? Dickies is barbecue Applebee's.
Famous
or
Dave's. Famous Dave's.
Famous Dave's.
Barbecue Applebee's.
Let's see.
Would Carlos O'Kelly's be Mexican
Yep.
Applebee's?
Yep.
Applebee's.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's see. TGI Fridays is Party Applebee's. I'm not sure.
Sure.
Hip Applebee's.
Let's see. What else
PF
do we have?
Chang's is
Chinese
Chinese
Applebee's.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. Or is that Panda Express? No, that's not Panda.
No,
Yeah, too
Panda-
fast.
Panda's
Okay.
too fast.
Is there a pizza Applebee's? Because it can't be like
Sbarro?
Pizza Hut. That's
Sbarro?
too old. It didn't come around during that era. It has to have come around in that era, I think. But I don't know what it would be.
Most of the pizza places are
Oh,
not like
Old
that.
Chicago?
Old Chicago.
Old Chicago could be mobster Applebee's.
Pizzeria Uno?
No, that's too old. But,
Old Chicago is a front runner.
Old Chicago is Pizza Applebee's.
It's Pizza
Now,
Applebee's.
Old Chicago was my choice for like 8 birthdays in a row. Where it
Yeah,
was
to be
like,
clear,
where do you
I
want
don't
to go
have
out to
any
eat?
problems with any of these.
I don't have. Yeah, this is not a
not
big.
at all.
No.
Ooh, actually, you know what? You know what? Burger Applebee's is R.I.P. Fuddruckers.
I've never had Fuddruckers.
Mega Saver. You mean?
I never had.
We were gonna
Fuddruckers.
do the very first what were we calling it? The food podcast where we were
we were going to call it the Chain Gang. The Chain Gang, where we were going to go out to eat at these chains and then review them.
and just have an ongoing podcast.
Mike Schaefer brings this up once every 2 months to me. Are we ever going to do the Chain Gang?
Well, Schaefer will be on in 40 minutes. You'll ask us again.
Stib says Red Lobster is seafood Applebee's.
Yep.
Right. Great call, Stib.
Oh, that was older.
It's Burger Applebee's.
Yeah, I would say Red Robin.
Red Robin. That's a better one. Yeah, that's a better
because that's disrespecting Fuddruckers. Because Fuddruckers was unique
and it was older, and it was.
And you got the burger, and then you got to just go to the salad bar and
it was amazing.
Fill your burger. And I don't know about you guys, but I felt the responsibility to put everything that I like
absolutely
on the burger when I had the option to
My
do it
salads
myself,
make no sense.
even though it then turned the burger basically into
inedible.
salad.
They were
100%.
nonsensical salads.
Yeah.
The only opportunity I could have had to go to Fuddruckers, I had just moved to Omaha. A friend took me there, and the lights were on. The sign said open, but we went up to the door and it was just locked. We didn't see anybody inside.
Very similar thing happened to me when I was interviewing for this job.
So then we just went next door, and that's how I had Chipotle for the
I've
first
told
time.
you guys that story before, right?
Yeah.
Me and Mark was like, meet me at Fuddruckers. And
Mark Fuddruckers.
our previous GM, Mark, And he was like, "Yeah, let's go to Fuddruckers. I really like Fuddruckers." I was like, "Cool. I kind of thought that was closed, but I'll meet you there, whatever."
And then it was closed.
We went up to the door and it was closed.
Well, it's like the
But the
lights were
sign
all on.
stood out there for years.
Oh yeah,
after
it was there for a long time, and now they're turning into a mega saver, and people are getting triggered. Oh, they'll put it across the street from our library.
Yeah, it's pretty tight in those corners.
It's a weird place for a gas station.
I feel like for this genre, they have to have come to prominence in about the same time in the 90s.
Applebee,
In the 90s. So like Red Lobster, I think might be too old to be in this group.
Yeah. But
I think it could evolve into seafood Applebee's.
But because Applebee's, thanks to the fact that they advertise everywhere, can't they just kind of take over the sphere and be, even if Red Lobster is older? I mean, it is the ubiquitous seafood chain.
No, see, I would say Red Lobster is Seafood Village Inn, right? Or like Seafood Perkins. This is the 80s.
Wait, what?
80s. So there's a Perkins Village Inn genre. That's the 80s, and everything was copying that.
I think
we can go through this whole thing again and do it again with like Village Inn or Perkins.
So isn't Red Lobster like older than all of those two? Isn't it Red Lobster pretty old?
Yeah, but it's closer to the Village Inn era than the Applebee's era.
I guess
Let me look here.
It's amazing that Red Lobster has made it this long.
It has.
It didn't in Lincoln.
Some damn biscuits.
I guess
Wait, that one on O Street's gone,
Yeah,
Jack?
that's been gone. By the way, I think Seafood Applebee's is probably Bonefish Grill, right?
I don't know, because I feel like
maybe
the other one is more well known widely.
Red Lobster, founded January 18th. Anyone want to guess?
70s. I would say 73 or something.
Bingo.
Nice.
1968 in Lakeland, Florida. At least they didn't found it.
Too old. It can't be in the Applebee's genre.
Jack, I'm not I guess my thoughts on this aren't when it was founded or when it came into prominence. It's basically like, say you're from a small town in Iowa, like me, or Nebraska, and you're going to Omaha, you're going to the city, and you're going to go to Applebee's or Red Lobster, and you're excited about it. It's like a fancy sit-down casual restaurant.
I actually agree with Nick. I think it's Red Lobster.
No, I think it's got to do with the decor, the vibe. I think that's more in the older Village Inn Perkins genre restaurant. It's a older style. It's still the same thing, right? You go up there for those sorts of things, but Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut is Village Inn pizza. Okay,
Pizza Hut's older than Village Inn.
Okay, well, but I think this is a different group. I think.
But when we use Applebee's, we're using it as the catch-all for chain, right?
Basically, that's
sums how I think of it.
That sums it up.
So when I call Olive Garden Italian Applebee's, it's just like Applebee's, but it's all Italian.
Exactly.
Every other single one we've mentioned came to prominence at the exact same time.
But you're looking at it from when they were founded.
Yeah, that's not what we're
like,
doing.
That's a coincidence.
Applebee's is like grown into this.
No.
You guys, this big monolith.
No, because that genre of restaurants had a moment. It had a moment. Red Lobster wasn't having its moment in 1996. Every single other one we met was having a huge moment. So I always group, in my mind, at least, you can do this however you want, but in my mind, I group that genre, every other one that we did. Yes, I do. I like to break things up.
I like to break everything up by decades and generations.
I can tell you, it's not Bonefish Grill.
I've never heard of Bonefish Grill.
I've only been to a Bonefish Grill once.
You hear it and you just know what it is.
Right.
Who hot is Mongolian apple?
I subscribe.
That's fair. That's fair too.
Now, Keena called Cracker Barrel Redneck Applebee's, but I'm going to say Country Applebee's instead of Redneck Applebee's.
Country Applebee's.
Fried Applebee's.
I love Country Applebee's.
I do too.
They got good meatloaf.
Oh, I love that little game with the triangle and the T's.
I do too. I used to have one of those as a kid. I should have opened a restaurant. I had one of those things. Hey, here's my golf tee game in the triangle.
Outback Steakhouse, we forgot. In that
also
same genre, Australian steak Applebee's.
No, it's just
Australian steak.
It's just Australian Applebee's. You don't have to put steak in there.
Steak Applebee's.
Yeah, but
it's Applebee's a steak though.
Well,
but it's not a steakhouse.
Isn't Texas Roadhouse steak Applebee's though?
Texas Roadhouse is
what
steak
did we call
Applebee's.
No, I think I called it Texas Applebee's.
Yeah, but Outback is more ubiquitous than
I think it can be
Texas.
No,
Roadhouse.
I get that, but I think Outback can just be Australian Applebee's.
Yeah, but they don't really
it's
have
not
Australian
at all.
They don't serve kangaroo.
They serve steak.
And Vegemite.
It's a steakhouse.
Yeah,
They
it's a
do have
steakhouse.
Foster's though, which we all know is Australian for beer.
People
Sure.
forget that.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, it's that's Steakhouse Applebee's.
Okay.
Because it's like the chain, right?
Just say
That's the
Australian
quote
steakhouse.
unquote for affordable steakhouse.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
It's not Australian really in any way.
I don't agree with Stibbs when he talks about Pepper Jack's being Philly Applebee's because I think Pepper Jack's is more fast food than Applebee's.
Definitely fast casual, yeah.
And it's local, and it's came around more recently than those did. So
I need a place with a bar inside of it.
I don't think we have a cheesesteak Applebee's.
No, because cheesesteak's not a sit down.
What about Buffalo Wild Wings? What is that? Sports Applebee's?
Sports Bar Applebee's?
Sports bar Apple or Wing Applebee's.
Wing Applebee's.
okay, to tell you guys how much I think of this as an era, this is going to surprise no one. This is going to surprise no one, but I am putting in the private chat a link to a playlist that I've made.
Oh, dear Lord.
That is called The Bees.
I'm clicking.
Okay? It's actually called, I've done this way before this conversation. I didn't know we were having this conversation. I made a playlist that I believe would have been the standard playlist about the time at any of these types of restaurants that gives you the exact. I think you play it in your house and you will feel like you're in an Applebee's in the late 90s, early aughts.
This is all 90s
Yes,
music.
it
We
is.
have
It's-
Drops of Jupiter. We
Nice.
have Enrique Iglesias, like kind of a lot of it. A lot of Leanne Womack.
We have some Savage Garden.
Is Hootie on there?
Hootie might have been a little early. Now, keep in mind, these things
Uncle
peaked,
Cracker.
Nick, in the later 90s and
Right.
early aughts when
I
they
just
peaked.
We have
ask because
Train.
Ricky
were-
Martin, Jessica Simpson, Mambo Number 5 by Lou Bega. of
Kelly
course.
Clarkson, Avril Lavigne, Michelle Branch, Lifehouse.
that is
Daughtry.
very early 2000s.
Don't forget Daughtry.
I'm going home.
Daughtry is Song Applebee's. That's what I think.
Incredible.
I'll take your word on
Oh,
it.
any Sugar Ray. That's important. I
yeah,
can't.
I'm sure there is. I'm
hey,
sure there
track-
is.
Look, Nick, track 66 and 67. Here's the latest Rubadata.
It's 164 songs.
Okay, so I have that's because I only publish a playlist once it gets over 10 hours of music. Otherwise, it's in my project folder. When I get to over 10 hours of music, it moves up and it gets a name. Okay, it gets an official name and it goes into my finished playlist folders. And they're all named as if they're like a station, and this is The Bees.
Bees, as
Right,
in the
and it's
Applebee's.
It is for a very specific situation, but you can imagine, guys, you looking through that, you can 100% imagine going into an Applebee's in, right at the height of it, 2002 or so.
Yeah,
And like what you got a 45-minute wait for your table, of course. That's what you always had.
and
and
you're
this is
listening to
playing-
You Raise Me Up by Josh Groban.
Right. And they're like, hey, do you want a margarita while you're listening to You Raise Me Up? And you're like, hell yeah, I'd love one.
You Raise Me Up.
Do you want a Brutus?
I would like
know?
a Brutus while listening to I don't want to wait.
It's so on. It's so on the nose.
Jack, please tweet this out so people can see it.
Okay.
We have to show people the 164 song Applebee's playlist.
People need to see the bees.
Yeah.
Man, that's set up perfectly. I was hoping I'd get to use that for something in my life at some time. There was a very good chance I wouldn't. And this gave me a purpose for the hours I spent on that.
That's how specific this conversation is.
Jack really missed his calling because there needs to be just a television network that's called The Decades, where it's just about,
Actually, yeah. I mean, I'm sure you've watched documentaries or everything
Sure,
there is to
sure.
consume.
Well, that's
on that.
essentially like what VH1 used to do. Like, I love the 80s. I love the 90s.
Yep.
I
I'd
love
like
the
to do
Didn't
that.
CNN do some kind of thing
They
on that?
did. I remember seeing a few of those.
Yeah.
All right, I'm tweeting
The
it out. for you
2001
guys.
episode was
This
very
is
sad.
this is ridiculous. Now I'm just thinking
Like to have that holstered, just like sitting there waiting.
Listen, it sounds like a bit that we created, but we didn't. It's unbelievable. You guys can verify it. It's just
Nah,
amazing.
the master of the playlist right here.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm just looking over this
Turn
list.
it on.
Every song I hear,
Hey.
yeah. Can you play a little there, Nick?
Do me a favor. Everybody turn it on during dinner tonight while you're,
All right,
while you're making dinner, while you're getting ready for dinner, and just see if it hits that vibe. If you're like, you know what? I would like some jalapeno shooters, right? See if, or, weirdly, baked potato skins sound very good. Let's see how it happens,
Man, when I think of Creed's Arms Wide Open, I think of
Oh.
Oriental chicken salad.
I guarantee that song played a crap load in an Applebee's.
Because everybody, your neighborhood Applebee's, whatever,
Sure,
neighborhood
yeah.
bar and grill, everybody had an Applebee's by their house.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of that Applebee's by my house and how crowded that parking lot was like every single night.
Yep.
And now I think about it and I drive by that same exact Applebee's and I kind of get sad.
Really?
It's
100%.
The shell of its former
it's
Apple
just
self.
you can
Really?
tell it's just a little less lively in there. And
I have that, Connor, when I drive by Famous Dave's by South Point in Lincoln, because there was a
My
time,
neighborhood, man, I know.
there was a time, I would say probably about 2002, 2003, where that was literally the hottest place in the entire city.
Oh, it was even beyond.
I mean, lines out the freaking door. You would get there and you're like, we're going to have a 90-minute wait. We know that, but we don't care. Like, we are going to go there. It'll be, it was like the inside of it was just toe to toe, person to person everywhere. And you knew that. You wanted it that bad in the early aughts. That's the Bees era. That's what I'm talking about.
Those places would rarely tell you that like the wait was longer than 15 minutes. It didn't matter how many people were piling out the door. It's like 45 minutes is an impossibility. We'll get you in there in 10.
Jack, I'll say I agree with your Bees era take, but I think that it's separate than what our Applebee's genre conversation is. I think these are two separate things.
Only is separate if we can't come up with a Bees era version of everything, and then we could look to other eras, in my opinion.
We basically got everything covered.
Well, except for seafood.
Red
It's
Lobster.
still Red Lobster.
It's still Red Lobster.
I got to vote Red Lobster. Because, again, Applebee's is just so...
Can Perkins or Village Inn be breakfast Applebee's?
See, that's what I would look at those
Oh
as...
no, Jack's gonna
Absolutely not. That's a whole nother genre, Nick. That's crossing genres. What is breakfast Applebee's, though? That's a good question.
Denny's?
I don't know.
Denny's or
No,
IHOP?
too old. Too
Ooh,
old.
IHOP.
IHOP.
is breakfast
It might be IHOP, but
But IHOP's as old as
that's
Denny's.
still IHOP feels like Perkins and Village Inn. Is there something that feels like a new '90s cooler era?
IHOP.
breakfast?
Jack is really just like stuck in this. Like, it's got to feel 90s.
I-
I got to walk in
IHOP.
here. And
That
I
was the
gotta
point.
Smell,
Jack.
I got to smell the Backstreet Boys.
Jack, I'm going to make an argument for IHOP to you.
Okay.
So, you know how Applebee's and Outback have these weird promotions sometimes that's tied into like a movie or a band or something? IHOP
Yeah.
does this all the time. They did it most recently with the Addams Family. You could get purple pancakes if you wanted.
Didn't they rename themselves to IHOB?
Yeah,
They did when
it's
they,
a
when they
bit.
came out with the
That
burger.
This
was
is a
dumb.
total Applebee's genre move.
So I always felt that IHOP was it had newer, kind of fresher branding than Village Inn and Denny's.
Oh, well, yeah, they
and-
did. They literally changed the name of the restaurant from the International House of Pancakes and the roof to IHOP.
You just look at that IHOP, like it almost looked like how computer companies would try to market themselves in the 90s. The kind of bubbly font with the
Mhm,
weird
mhm.
arches and stuff. I felt like I feel like IHOP is the answer here.
Yes,
That-
I agree.
And that's my answer for it. That's why.
So
Okay.
we've got everything then, don't we?
No, I don't agree. I don't agree. Just I don't agree. By the way, you know what sports Applebee's was? The ESPN Zone. Remember those?
Oh, I loved ESPN.
ESPN
zones.
had a
only-
restaurant?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
so
yeah.
in a few select cities nationwide.
Yeah.
I think I went to Chicago and New York or something like
Yeah,
that.
I lived in DC and we went there. I thought it was amazing. This is the
ESPN
year
Zone was
2000, so it was amazing.
Incredible,
Wow.
incredible,
Yeah, but it died off real quick.
very fast.
How about this? Rainforest Applebee's?
Rainforest Cafe? Yeah,
That can be tropical Applebee's.
Rainforest Applebee's is funnier because it's more specific.
Yeah.
Irish Applebee's, Bennigan's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bennigan's still around?
There used to be one in Lincoln.
Irish
Didn't go well.
Applebee's.
It went outside the
Suddenly-
Bees era. The Bees era only worked in the Bees era. It only worked then. And it'd be fun to know, not fun, it'd be sad, but interesting to know when we think that ended, when the Bees era ended, when the crowds dissipated from Famous Dave's, right? I'm thinking it's like 2000. I don't know, John, was it when we started working together in 2006? I'm trying to remember if it still existed then.
If Bennigan's did?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stick with me here for the love. I'm talking about a larger philosophical question, not when did Bennigan's close?
I don't know.
You weren't even listening to a word I said.
Well, no, I was trying to figure out where it was.
Boob Applebee's.
100%. That's correct.
Apple boobs.
What about
Nailed
Steak and
it.
Shake? Is Steak and Shake and Applebee's
That's
genre?
fast food.
No,
That's
no,
fast
that's
food.
fast food.
Yeah.
Fast food.
That's fast food.
Boob Applebee's. Incredible.
Boom.
Definitely. You could throw it in wing Applebee's, but no, I like that.
What
better.
about
So you're-
Margaritaville? Is Margaritaville seafood Applebee's?
No, because Margaritaville's not really a seafood restaurant.
What
It's-
would
it's-
Margaritaville be?
It's Margaritaville.
Can that be
Applebee's.
tropical Applebee's?
No, I don't know.
By the way, our third date was to Chi-Chi's. Does that fit in this group? Chi-Chi's, or is that,
that would have been
is
Mexican.
that Mexican
Applebee's.
Applebee's?
I don't know
That
what
would have
Chi-Chi's
been, but
is.
it's gone now.
But it
Well,
came back?
It's strangely alive, and you can still buy the salsa. And
It's coming back.
Well,
They
there's
just
a
announced
restaurant
that
in Lincoln,
recently.
right?
no, there's not. Is there
Jack.
a
The-
Chi-Chi's?
It's they're starting to build them again. I don't know that there's going to be one in Lincoln, but yeah, they're bringing the brand back. Which brings me to the question: are we about to enter the Bees 2.0 era?
No, not at all.
No,
You never know.
I don't think so.
I went to Applebee's a lot in college, and I think it is popular among college kids just because of the apps, like the half price apps. You could go in with like 4 of you and eat decent for 20
cheap
bucks.
garbage food will never go out of style
No,
for college
no.
kids. I mean,
Mhm.
Have we covered all of the genres?
We
We have a Japanese Applebee's.
How about movie Applebee's, Planet Hollywood? Maybe that would be one. Remember those?
Hard,
Well, I would
hard
think movie Applebee's would be like AMC.
like movie theater?
Well,
Applebee's.
I mean, a restaurant with a movie
Oh.
theme.
What about Hard Rock Cafe? Is that
Yeah, rock and roll Applebee's, obviously.
Rock and roll
guitar
Applebee's.
Applebee's.
Guitar Applebee's?
Well, I like rock and roll Applebee's because it reminds me of rock and roll runs.
Rock and roll runs.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I
Benihana is Japanese Applebee's, says Adam.
That
Or
is
is-
definitely what he said.
Well, I don't think you could say that.
I don't think you can either.
Glad you read it that way. Is Joe's Crab Shack on the list? Justin
I think
wonders.
that's closed now. Is that still around?
Oh, that's
Because the one at the mall, I knew a girl
Oh,
in
no.
college who worked at the one by the mall, and
that's
one morning.
seafood Applebee's. We found it. I knew it existed. It's not Red Lobster. That's what
Doesn't
it is.
exist. I think Red Lobster is still.
it's
seafood
definitely the
Applebee's.
closest contestant to Red Lobster at this point for seafood Applebee's.
Yeah, but I'm sticking with Red Lobster. I'm not as obsessed with the whole "it's got to be born in the '90s" vibe.
I agree.
Nah, yeah, I don't care about that either. But I'm just trying to find a way around this for Jack.
Yeah,
Trying to find peace of mind for
Peace
our,
of
But
mind.
does
our guy
is
here.
Joe's Crab Shack around? Because they closed down a lot of stores. So are they?
I'm not sure.
There was one in Galveston when we went there a couple of years ago, I believe.
'Cause
on the
part of
pier.
this is staying power. If they're still open, then I think they need to be let in.
What
first.
is the American city that is the most Applebee's?
Ooh. Ooh.
Phoenix.
Well, I mean, it's probably
Dallas. No, I'll tell you what, it might be Dallas. If you've ever actually gone to Dallas and driven there, they have every 5 miles, there's an exit that contains every one of those restaurants that we mentioned. It's unbelievable. And they're all jam-packed. And there's some newer fast casual ones too. There's a Chipotle and there's other stuff. It's crazy.
it's got to be a place that has like all suburbs. It's just the whole town is suburb.
It's huge.
I mean, Dallas is gigantic.
I think
right?
it might be Dallas.
Good
Allegedly, the world's largest Applebee's is in the Manhattan Theater District.
contender. Wow, that's surprising.
I wonder which
the
city
place
has-
with notoriously no space.
Yeah,
I wonder which city has the most Applebee's.
that's what that was a question that was asked a minute. I just googled what city has the most.
No, I don't
Applebee's.
mean physically the most
Oh.
Applebee's. I mean like which is the
Like-
most Applebee's. Vibe.
which one is city Applebee's?
Yeah.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I think it's
I mean,
Dallas
Well, I'm
or
also curious about your
sadly,
question.
for a while,
6.
that might have been. I mean, Lincoln felt very Applebee's-ish
Pretty good. I
with
mean,
all the different
drive
chains
down
and the
48th and O.
Yeah,
just
and-
for a little bit.
and the seemingly lack of like original local places. It's gotten better.
California has 105 Applebee's. New York has 94, and Florida has 87. I'm trying to break it
Oh.
down per city, but I can't find
Well, that's
that.
just
per
We should-
capita.
Do you remember when we did a remote, or maybe it was Kugler who did a remote at the Applebee's across from the Lead Center? I remember him being there. Do you remember you and I went to this?
What a great Applebee's.
Wait,
What a
I've-
terrible place for an Applebee's across. They're like, well, all these people who want to go to these fine arts, they obviously want to hit Applebee's right
Yeah.
before it in 2012.
It's not like a bougie restaurant.
no,
Yes.
it
Yeah, I was just
Applebee-
there like last week.
Applebee's is bougie.
No.
It's a new one. They
The
added
place
a new
that
one.
is
Yeah.
in
Oh, that's
place
now
of the
there.
Applebee's,
Which
across
would have
the
made a
street.
lot more
The
sense.
parking garage,
Little
right?
bit. We went and watched the NCAA tournament there for,
Yeah, what was
for a
that for?
remote, and I feel like Kugler was with us. I don't know why.
Maybe what?
Just like to hang out with me, probably, but I don't know.
According to Scrape Hero, a data company, the city with the most Applebee's locations is El Paso, Texas, with 9.
Okay.
Second place is Albuquerque with 6.
Why the hell would El Paso have 9 Applebee's?
I don't know. Ask El Paso.
Albuquerque. I mean, I could see Albuquerque being
El Paso's so Tex-Mexed out, it's like we gotta have an Applebee's.
that makes sense actually. Yeah, we can get all the good stuff elsewhere. We have to go to Applebee's.
Doesn't it feel weird when you see those chains that are national, but they specialize the food where you're in
Yes.
the region that it makes? You're like, I can't believe anyone goes to,
I stopped at a Sonic in Colorado once, and they asked me if I wanted Hatch green chilies on my burger, and I said, yes, I think I do. But that was what you're talking about,
Yeah.
the regionalization of the food.
We got a call from Adam, and he says there's still a Chi-Chi's in Grand Island.
Whoa.
You know why? Because
How does
Grand
Jack
Island-
Mitchell not know about
Grand
this?
Island's so far behind the times they haven't learned that all the rest of the chains closed.
Wait a
down.
minute. They have a Blockbuster too?
I don't think that's true. I don't think there's been a Chi-Chi's open anywhere for a decade.
Well,
Jack,
let's
you would know.
let's do some Googling here.
The chain once operated in the United States, but exited those countries in 2004 and closed their German and Belgian locations in 2022.
And yet there's still one standing in Grand Island.
Did they not
Nebraska?
get the message from 20 years ago that they're out of money? Like, where are they getting? This is not.
funny.
They turned it over to local ownership?
This is funny because I just Googled Chi-Chi's Grand Island. The first entry comes back to CHI Health St. Francis, which is their hospital. And the second thing is a product that is available at the Grand Island Wine and Spirits, which is called, making me enter my birthday. Get out of here. It's called Chi-Chi's RTD Mudslide. It's a premixed
Hell
cocktail.
yeah.
Wow.
Was this person going to the hospital every time in Grand Island and thinking it was a Chi-Chi's all the time? Sitting in the waiting room, he's like, I can't believe they haven't brought me chips and salsa yet. This is ridiculous.
This is horrible service.
I need a refill.
Sir, this is CHI, the hospital, not Chi-Chi's.
Hold on a second.
Holding.
You talk about something that's just completely weird, and I would never have guessed it. Do you know who the co-founder of Chi-Chi's is?
Mark Cuban.
Oh, I knew this.
You're
Oh.
in the ballpark-ish.
It's a former football player or something.
Yes.
Oh, who was
Who
it?
scored the first Super Bowl touchdown ever.
Yeah, for the Packers, a Packers player,
Max
right?
McGee
Okay,
Wow.
yeah.
is the
Whoa.
co-founded by restaurateur Marno McDermott. No relation to Greg. Well, maybe I should
That
ask.
we know of.
Ask Magnus. Mac, do you have any
Well,
interest in the
that's-
Chi-Chi's?
Does he have a gold card for Chi-Chi's? We'll know then.
That would explain why we're always going to Chi-Chi's on the road. And Max McGee. And it was first founded in Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Where they know Mexican food.
Yep,
Yes,
that's
they do.
close proximity to it.
Odson mentioned this earlier in the chat, but Cheesecake Factory's dessert Applebee's.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Well, it's everything Applebee's.
It's kind of like a
that's like everything.
giant menu Applebee's. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maggie Mae's is ice cream Applebee's or Maggie Moo. Okay, we're going too far with this now.
Maggie
but
Moo's.
Maggie
I remember
Moo's.
Maggie Moo's, but you're still doing
never-
the decade thing.
That's what it is. Oh my gosh. That's what the thing is that we're
No,
doing.
it's the most popular bland brand you can
No.
think of whatever it is. It's not doesn't have to do with the
Yeah,
fact
it's
that
a
in the
vibe.
90s.
It's not an era.
Yeah.
It's a vibe.
It is a vibe. I know. I agree. It's a vibe.
But it doesn't have to be born in the decade.
Well, then Dairy Queen, I guess, is
No, that's
whatever.
fast food, Jack. Keep up.
See, that's the thing. There is no ice cream Applebee's.
Yeah.
There is. I just told you what it was.
You said Maggie Moo's.
Maggie
I've never
Moo's.
heard of it. I don't even think they have Maggie Moo's stores. I thought that was just in the refrigerators at the
No, they had one at South Point, and and of course it was novelty-ish. They would like cut your ice cream on a board, right?
Well,
It
that's
was a
isn't that
big-
Stone Cold.
maybe that's Stone
Stone
Cold.
Cold.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Stone
Stone
Cold.
Cold.
Fine. I don't know what Maggie Moo's is. Where did that come from?
Stone
Stone Cold. Stone Cold.
It's cold
It's
Stone.
cold stone.
Yeah.
Stone.
I was
Oh, yeah,
having a
okay.
stroke first.
You remember
Stone-
that Stone Cold Creamery is when they drop a stunner on your ice cream.
And then they slam beer
And then
cans
slam
together.
two
You guys remember that time in America where everybody got super obsessed with Froyo?
Yes.
Everybody was doing
Oh,
Froyo.
I could go on this forever. I could. So right,
has
They
just
were
been
putting
hijacked.
gummy bears in the stuff. Like, you
10
gotta
years,
pile it up.
Connor.
Oh.
Thank you for bringing this up. 10 years before the madness of fast casual. Okay, this is before the Bees era, circa 1991. Everyone in Lincoln and many other towns went berserk for Froyo to the point, again, people would wait a half hour to eat at the TCBY on O Street. They opened up, there were TCBYs everywhere. They had so many copycats. Bishop remembers that. They had ICBY in Lincoln, which was, I can't believe it's yogurt. TCBY was the country's best yogurt. They had Zach's frozen yogurt. They had all of these different ones, and they were like, ooh, it's non-fat, right? And then everybody would get it, and they would get it in these waffle cones, and then like cookie,
it was
and
horrendous.
just like chocolate chips and gummy bears on top of it. Like, hey, it's not, the whole country was obsessed with no fat, right? In the early
And then
90s.
they all went away in 10 seconds.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was
because
all
of those Doritos, because the Alestra Doritos made everyone poop so much that it was just.
Oh, that's right. The electric.
Oh, it loosened things. I know, because I brought them to lunch when I was working for the state. Every day, it was a bad choice. We would be out. I worked for the Game and Parks Commission. We'd be out like at Willow Creek State Recreation Area, and I'd hammer a sandwich and a bag of Doritos Wow and a few cookies, and that was bad news for the afternoon.
Amazing.
Incredible.
Amazing.
Incredible.
I wonder how much the Seinfeld episode also helped kill the frozen yogurt thing.
Mm.
You know, when Kramer's like, "This is the best frozen," and then they all realize they're gaining weight.
Yeah. They're like, this is healthy, right? It's
Are there
frozen yogurt.
TCBYs that still exist? Is there a
Yes, there's
TCBY
one
in
in
Omaha?
Omaha.
Really?
It's
Isn't
over.
isn't
44th
the-
and Maple?
Isn't there still the one there on O Street, like 66th and O? Isn't there
I think
still
that's
one
been
there?
closed for 20 years, John.
Really? I don't know. You can tell how much I get over to that part of town.
Yeah. Stib said Baskin Robbins. I think the East Coast people would tell you that ice cream Applebee's is Carvel, but that's
East Coast.
yeah, and Applebee's is definitely not coast.
Sadly, yes. I just Googled TCBY Lincoln, and I get the red marker permanently closed.
50s diner Applebee's, Johnny Rockets. Remember
Johnny
Rockets?
Johnny Rockets is 50s diner Applebee's.
50s Applebee's.
Yeah.
Or 60s.
No, actually, they call that people who wear the little hats Applebee's. The little paper hats.
Little paper hats, Applebee's.
They had great chocolate malts, though. I'll tell you that.
They did. I had one in Las Vegas because there was one in the
The
food court
MGM Grand.
in our hotel.
Oh, I've experienced that.
And I was hungry and everything was closed. I would like a malt. Please.
They also have
Shake or
a
whatever it
Ben
was.
and Jerry's right next to that.
That's right. They do.
Is
Ooh,
Ben
and
and
a big-
Jerry's ice cream Applebee's?
Yep.
I had
Grocery store ice cream Applebee's.
I
yeah.
had a big ice cream cone when I was in. But last time I stayed at the MGM Grand, and it was a bad choice.
Yeah.
Don't eat a big ice cream cone.
But not
in
as
Vegas.
bad as eating the
Yeah.
Doritos.
You should have crunched up some Wow Doritos on it and made it extra bad. Actually,
Well-
it's kind of good.
Friends.
Yep. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Applebee's.
That was a New Year's like noisemaker.
Bye, Jack.
All right. Well, I don't know how we're going to transition, but we'll do our best.
No, this is gonna be a topic all
Oh,
day
yeah.
long.
It's going to
Yeah.
dominate.
Yeah.
It's because something's going to
I
happen.
can't stop thinking about it. I'll tell you that right now. So you're kind of screwed for the next 3 hours if we're talking about transfer portal or whatever.
No. But what is transfer portal Applebee's?
Nebraska.
Think about that, friends. And by the way, I guess these conversations can continue because Jack is with us today. If he so chooses, he'll stay there and chat with you in the.
I'll
in the
talk
commercial break.
Applebee's, fast casual, the Bees era, the whole time. And I tweeted out the playlist if you want to listen to that.
Oh, it's out
during
there.
the break.
All right. So we'll be back in a minute on 1620 The Zone.
All right. What's up, chat? It's time for the sideshow with Jack. That was my favorite crossover I've ever done because that is a passionate topic. And as you can tell, I've thought through my theory on this many times. Stibbs, You dumbass. What's up, Charles? What's up, Bayman? Odson. Let's see. Hello, everyone. Ken, Keena, Duncan. Hello. We'll do this today during the breaks, unless I have to pee, or I probably have to go up and talk to my daughter when she gets home from school. You can get cheese sauce and chips at Menards. Somebody told me, okay, somebody tell me if this is true. Somebody told me that Menards stocks all those groceries because farmers used to go and basically they could use some kind of government assistance that they got for ag at Menards. And then they bought a bunch of groceries with it too, but they didn't have to itemize the receipt. And so it could look like it. I don't know if that's true. Check his commercial break, Applebee's. Somebody let me know if that's true. What is hardware store Applebee's? Oh, Home Depot. Yeah. Again, that would fit the era too. Those guys were all freaking wrong. And I know you guys all disagree with me too. I think it is a certain sort of feel and sort of nationalized look. And it was actually a pushback against the Red Lobsters and Perkins and Village Inns of the world. And so that's why I disagree completely with what those guys are saying and what most of you are saying. I think the Joe's Crab Shack, although I've never been to one, is probably the a better example of it than Red Lobster would be. That's just my opinion, though. Old Chicago, a better example of it than Pizza Hut is, right? Same thing. But breakfast Applebee's, we still haven't nailed down. Where did we go for breakfast? We did still go to like Village Inn at that time. Like in Lincoln, we went during that era. Like we went to like TJ Cinnamon's. Now that was local, I think, but that was kind of TJ Cinnamon's was kind of breakfast Applebee's. Was that in Omaha? Did people go to TJ Cinnamon's? Best Village Inn in Lincoln, 27th Cornhusker, the one that just freaking burned down. I would say my favorite was 66 and 0, but that's because they had a big cigarette machine in the lobby. And when I was a kid, of course you had to wait because you had to wait at all these places. And we go to Village Inn on a Sunday after church at 66 and 0 and the huge cigarette machine. And I would go through and I'd pull the little knob on every brand of cigarettes. And that's how I killed the time while I was waiting to get in Village Inn. Luby's, I don't know. Did you guys have TJ Cinnamon's? Way to nail the vibe. 100%, Odson. 100%. Go look up the logo. It's so 90s. It is, and it was great. Oh, by the way, I don't think there's any of these places that we've said where I'm like, gross. Right? Maybe, like if I had Applebee's itself would be one of the least I'd want to go to. Carlos O'Kelly's probably not so much, but man, I'd still F around with Chili's. I'm not going to lie. I would definitely with Old Chicago, 100%. Krispy Kreme, that's a good one. Maybe that's breakfast Applebee's. I would still, which other ones did we mention? I kind of want to go, I would still go check out Famous Dave's. It's been forever. None of them. I'm sorry, the wings, and this is like saying you read the articles in Playboy, but the wings of Hooters were really good. Okay, I said it. They were.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
We just wound up our Energizer Bunny, and he is gone.
It's true.
Mean, it is out of here. I don't know how I'm going to be able to do the next 3 hours and 20 minutes. It's going to be crazy.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I mean, if you've ever wanted to know what someone's stream of conscious is, most of us have the inner voice where we just talk to ourselves. With Jack, he just lets it all out, and it happened during our last commercial break.
Mhm.
I mean, did you pause and take a breath at some point during that? Oh, you got to turn his
I
mic
forgot
on.
I muted him.
Why did you mute him?
Because he was going to keep
In case-
talking and
No,
spewing all over
that's the best
open.
part. Sometimes it's better if we just leave him
Once
alone.
the camera turns on, I shut up and I don't listen. I don't say any words that I can't, so it won't be a big deal if it goes on.
Yeah.
But-
No, I don't
The
care
nice
if he's...
part, the what are we calling it? What are you calling it? The sideshow.
Sideshow.
The
Jack
sideshow-
Mitchell sideshow.
It's family friendly.
No, I don't care if he swears. I care if he's talking over the open to the show because then it sounds bad.
Who gives a crap about that? Nobody cares about that.
Wow, the composer of that fine open is in the chat. Right?
He doesn't care. He likes to hear me more than his own song.
Ian is composer Applebee's.
He is. Producer Applebee's.
I thought of another one. Thanksgiving dinner Applebee's was Boston rotisserie chicken, aka Boston Market. 100%. I'm not wrong on that, am I, John? You were there.
You know what? And every time I went there, that's what I ordered. I ordered the turkey. I only ever ordered the chicken.
I knew
I
it.
ordered the turkey and the dressing and the the corn or the mashed potatoes.
I wish I had.
That's what I ordered.
I wish I got to experience Boston Market. I've seen
When
the
it was
shell
good.
of the old one in Omaha,
when it was
but I've
good,
never-
and it
When it
fell
was
off.
first called, it was first called Boston rotisserie chicken, and then they
Yes.
wanted to broaden, no pun intended, their market, and so they changed it to
called it
Boston
Boston
Market. But that first Boston rotisserie chicken opened on about 48th and R in Lincoln by the Best Buy.
Correct.
What
Yep.
a '90s corner!
Were they
And
trying to compete with KFC? Did they think
no.
ERC was going to be the next?
They were
big thing?
competing with your mom. Your mom's dinner is what they were competing with,
Yeah,
Oh,
or your grandma's dinner.
yeah,
It was a home style meal.
yeah. It was, and they had everything, and then like a lot of other places, they got too big for their britches. They tried to go too far.
Mm.
Yep.
I think they were worried they were going to become the next Kenny Rogers Roasters and just disappear into the dustbin of history. But
is that Western Applebee's?
no.
Oh.
By the way, very good Seinfeld episode featuring Kenny Rogers Roasters, Nick. If you would open and broaden your horizons, maybe.
Seinfeld was funny. Maybe I'd like to watch it.
It's very funny.
Eh.
So is this Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. I won't promise we'll get to any of these things now that
Fine by me.
now that we've gone down this road. Jack definitely wants to talk about the Jays beating Providence last night. You know that. Mike Schaefer will join us,
Nice.
and I'm sure this conversation will even get more heated. We've got some Hoosier hot seat hysteria. I can't say it. Hoosier hot seat hysteria.
I like the alliteration.
Thank you. Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs. Mitch Holthus, Chiefs announcer Applebee's.
Oh, it's Hy-Vee grocery store Applebee's.
Yeah.
Sure. We're flipping on the flopping. Disrespect for the Royals.
Oh, good. Baseball trash talk is always a good topic in January. Okay.
Not so much for the Rockies. Dumb Debates Day. So get in your dumb debates. Jack will have his fireside chats on YouTube, or is now
Sideshow.
the sideshow.
Yeah.
The sideshow. And if again we get to it, broadcasting arborists. If we get to it. That was another topic that was happening online before the Grum today.
Okay.
402-951-1620, the hotline. Let's see. Today, it's the Applebee's hotline.
Yes, it is.
The Applebee's hotline. You can also text there, though. Josh isn't here, so I don't monitor the text. So
I guess I could.
you could if you wanted to, but
remember
why?
anything.
I don't know how to get to it. 402-951-1620. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620.
Oh, I don't even have to log in. I can get the text today.
All right,
I'm
cool.
here.
Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com. Jack Mitchell in for Josh. He'll be back tomorrow. Let's see. Well, I don't even know where I was going to start today. We got so sidetracked in the crossover.
I'm ready for whatever, but I don't know that my mind will be in it. I'm just.
I don't either. See, that's the problem. We've gone so far down this rabbit hole. I don't know if I can escape it.
Oh, we got a text from the 202 that says Samurai Sam's is the Japanese Applebee's.
Wait, isn't the 202 Washington D.C. or New York City or something?
Yeah, it's New York City. Isn't
New
it?
York City. New York City. Yeah.
Yep.
Shout out the 202.
I
Got
didn't know
listeners in
Samurai
NYC.
Sam's was a national chain. I thought it was kind of regionalish.
I
I've
thought
never
it was
heard that.
local. I didn't-
Text
yeah.
from the 402 says Sizzler's Buffet Applebee's, which I'm inclined to agree with.
No.
Sizzler is Applebee's Bonanza. I just realized this. Sizzler is Applebee's Bonanza. John, that just blew my mind. Great text. That's 100% true also.
I regret now asking Nick to open the text machine.
Oh, we're here.
By the way, on that subject, someone, I think it was unironically, sent me the link to the infamous Sizzler training video that Jack and I got. Talk about rabbit holes.
Yeah.
We went down this rabbit hole about 15 years ago, and it still is in my mind on a daily basis. But it's not a training video. It's more of it's like a promotional video. It's when Sizzler
played
was
at a trade
rebranding.
show. It's like you played at a trade show, basically.
Yeah. And it is the greatest 5 minutes I've ever spent on YouTube. And they sent it to me out of the blue and said, "Oh, have you seen this? This is funny." I'm like, "Oh, I've seen it.
Oh, yeah.
It's real." And
That's funny that someone sent it to you because I've watched that thing with you a million times over 15 years.
I have not used any of the GIFs for a while, though. I've got
No, you
several of
haven't.
them saved, so I need to.
Sometimes when you just don't want to say anything and you just want to be annoying to me, you'll just send me the kid who gets hit with the ball or whatever it is.
Yep. All right. Mike Schaefer is going to be joining us in a little bit tomorrow. It is tomorrow, right? I am so messed up on my
Today's
days.
Wednesday.
I am too.
Creighton has not been. We have not had like a normal schedule for like a month. You know, you get into that basketball schedule where it's a game on the weekend and a game in the midweek. This is another reason why I hate the Big Ten, because the Big Ten tries to, they try to play all over the place. Oh, let's play a game on Monday. Let's play a game on Thursday. Let's play a game on Friday. I like my Wednesday, Saturday,
Well,
and or occasionally Tuesday, Saturday.
Nebraska's on a heavy Sunday, Thursday rotation right now, actually.
Yeah.
Nebraska's on Sunday. They have one Saturday game left this year.
I hate that. I would hate that.
Right?
Just yeah.
Can you? What would the Phillips 66 Big 8 studio do in this situation with one Saturday game?
I have no idea. Good question. But Nebraska does play tomorrow, right? So I am correct. It is tomorrow against the Rutgers. Yeah.
Correct.
Tomorrow against the Rutgers.
Yes.
So we can break that down with Schaefer. I'm sure he'll have some thoughts on that, and we'll be nice. We're not gonna taunt him about the Vikings. We don't do that here.
I'm worried about what he's going to say to you. Remember what he said about Detroit last year?
I know. Yeah, but we're not the cute little scrappy underdog. You know, people forget.
Yeah, I watched game one with you two. Between the who little did we know at that moment it was a playoff preview.
Yeah, we didn't, because the Rams weren't very good. I still say that game was the most important game of the year, because if they had lost, if the Rams had lost, they probably would have traded Cup and would have started building for next year.
Thanks to that terrible call. Huge miss.
They were still 95 yards away. They weren't going to score. No way they were going to score. All right, so Schaefer will join us. I need to send him the link, by the way. And we might get to some sports today. I can't
Sounds good.
Can't promise you anything. Meanwhile, don't forget the sideshow happening during the breaks. For those of you on StreamYard, you can communicate with Jack if you're on the YouTube channel. YouTube page by commenting in the YouTube comment section. And even if you don't say anything, we're going to get 4 minutes of stream of conscious, just whatever. So
there you go. I'm ready.
Enjoy it all day long. We will be back, and Schaefer will be coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Okay, videos. I don't know if I have to wait till the video go off, or I can just go. It's funny that Schaefer is the next guest. This is crazy that this came up because I started a podcast. Older people who've been around for a while will remember this. I did a podcast with Schaefer that basically was about what we're talking about today. Basically what we were talking about today, which was the bees era, but I had a different name for it with Schaefer. I called it the palpable buzz era. I also made a playlist based on that. And it was the time of, and it was, I actually gave it years that it existed. Now I don't remember what that is, but it's all these things that we're talking about. It's the exact same thing. And like Schaefer just couldn't believe, like, I was like, people were lined up out the door at these places. Dude's naming greasy spoons. That's exactly right. I had an entire segment.
You were in a car crash, and
turn
the kids
this
and I
off.
were on our own. We had to move out of the house
this
because I couldn't afford
PSA?
it anymore.
Oh, it's awful, hon.
Or is it a commercial? You can't play those. Okay, good. Anyway, listen, this is my show. I did a whole episode, that bit I just did on Boston rotisserie chicken that I forgot about. It was like a whole episode with Schaefer. Did like an hour on it. So anyway, is Casey's a gas station Applebee's? No. Okay, here's my theory. I would say no. The convenience store, like the modern convenience store era, may be honestly, that may be the new era of things. Like Casey's may be the Casey's era could be like the Applebee's era in some ways. Because would you agree with this? The convenience store experience in the last decade, probably, maybe it's a little longer than that, but really about the last decade, and the competition associated with it has improved. The convenience store experience is awesome right now, right? Like you travel, and instead of going to some gross gas station where they're giving you a key to go pee in the bathroom, it's like, oh, I'm going to get pizza, or I'm going to get a burger, right? Or if it's breakfast, there's the food choices at convenience stores and the look of them. I mean, they look like freaking casinos now. Some of them actually have some of those games that are like casinos inside of them. C-stores is what we called it in the biz back in the day. But the new version, the competition between the Casey's and the Hy-Vee Fast and Fresh and the Come and Go and let's see, what are the other big ones? In Lincoln, it's Quick Shop, or U-Stop. I mean, Quick Shop hasn't been around for years. Quick QT, that's what I'm forgetting. There's a lot of QTs in Omaha. We don't have those in Lincoln at all. So, or the ones are the pumping pantries. Those are all over Western Nebraska, aren't they? Or Central Nebraska. Every time I go to Grand Island, I think of the big wolf standing on top of that's pumping pantry, right? A big wolf that stands. I don't know that those are as good, but we'll be 3 hours. Where's a Buc-ee's getting? Kansas City? Is Kansas City getting a Buc-ee's? I mean, that's a whole different world. Buc-ee's, I mean, it's not even comparable, but it's amazing. Oh, that's exciting, Tony. I didn't know that. I assume you're talking about Kansas City. Des Moines, you better not be saying Des Moines is going to get it. If Des Moines gets a freaking Buc-ee's before us, tired of that. Oh, by the racetrack. That makes sense. They get everything there. There's a Buc-ee's in Springfield. How far away is Springfield? I've been to them in somewhere in Oklahoma. When we've driven down to Texas a couple times. Somewhere in Oklahoma, and then just outside of Dallas are the ones that I've been to. Travis, I've been there one time. That's more than enough. Never again. Really? I mean, it's busy. It's crazy. If you don't like people, that's fine. But the brisket sandwich was like freaking legit. Really good.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Again, I have no idea where this bad boy is going to go. But here's Mike Schaefer, ladies and gentlemen, from Husker 24/7. Jack Mitchell filling in for Josh today. Schaefer, you have joined us on a rather unique day. We went down a really weird road, which brought you up. The old podcast idea, the Chain Gang. And Jack has now been waxing poetic. We've been trying to identify all of the genres of food that we would classify as Applebee's. In other words, Chili's is Tex-Mex Applebee's. Olive Garden, of course, famously, I first dubbed as Italian Applebee's. I'd like to take credit for that. And so it's gone down a weird place.
So does that make Village Inn, IHOP, or those breakfast Applebee's?
Oh, okay.
IHOP is.
See, Jack's very specific about this because it's got to be region. It's got to be in a certain time frame.
Mike knows all about this because weirdly, we actually did a podcast about this incredibly narrow subject at one time during our lives.
Yeah, we had the I can't even think of
the Palpable Buzz podcast.
Yeah, I couldn't think of the.
And
it's been reappropriated by John Rothstein at this point. It's probably on one of the T-shirts.
We are suing him, right? We are suing him. I mean,
I'm not the lawyer of the mixture. Of
John Rothstein is basketball Applebee's. I'm just going to say that right now.
As podcasts in this area know, I like to sue when people use stuff I own on T-shirts, but that's neither here nor there right now. But yeah, no, we had this exact. I define it as the Palpable Buzz era. It's the same era that we're talking about. I can't remember, Mike. I think I named it like 19. I can't remember 94 to 04 or something like that. We went through.
Yeah,
it all,
that's about right.
Well,
that's about
right. Anyway.
All right.
It's enough of Mike being happy.
No. Well, yeah.
This started on a more pleasant note than I ever could have imagined. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, that's
right. Well, and listen, I am not here to celebrate. I mean, I'm happy my team won.
Come on, John. This is bad radio. This is crap radio. Celebrate.
I'm not that guy. I only save that for you, Jack. I only save that for you.
Well, I'm not selling. Mike and I have. We have baseball interests. We go. That's where we have opposite interests. But that's really it.
True.
Yeah, so I was fully expecting to come on here and all 9 of the sacks, I would be hearing Paul Allen call every one of them.
Throw the ball,
man! I bet he was losing his mind.
There literally was a call. What was it? He basically said, "Throw the ball, man," and he wasn't wrong.
He wasn't wrong. It's been interesting because in the moment, I would have, and I still would have assigned the bulk of the blame to Sam Darnold, but the offensive line was terrible. I mean, you could tell pretty early on, just like against the Lions, the interior of that offensive line was really bad. I did think it was just fitting, though, the second offensive snap for the Vikings, the same guy who grabbed Sam Darnold's face mask can be seen shoving his entire hand up Brian O'Neill's face mask. And somehow, for whatever reason, Young, is it Byron Young? What's his first name?
Yes.
For whatever reason, he can get away with that in a way that, frankly, I think Aaron Kraft is the only individual I've ever seen in sports that have hands that were less visible to an officiating crew. So I did find that to be just remarkable.
You're gonna send me down a road now here. But anyway, I'm curious about this, Schaefer, because Kelly Ford apparently must be a Viking fan, our good buddy from K Ford Ratings, who I believe is joining us. Is he joining us this week, Nick? It's not on the board. Anyway, he must be a Viking fan, but he did a poll question. Which would hurt worse, being a fan of a team that missed the playoffs or won 14 games and lost in the wild card round?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, right? Because you get to go one more week than the teams that don't make the playoffs, and you don't see your team win.
Right.
They only lost to 2 teams the entirety of the 2024 season. I mean, they lost to 2 teams, guys, and they're not playing this weekend. 2. They won 14 games. They went on the road. This is, 18 days ago, I watched them just kick the Packers' ass up and down the field. They won by 2. It wasn't as close as that score indicated.
No, it wasn't.
Their season's over. So, yeah, I mean, but the beautiful thing about being a Vikings fan is I get to just put this one in the Rolodex of all the other different losses that I've gotten to experience throughout, since 1998, when I basically claimed them when they go 15-1 because I jumped on the bandwagon of Randy Moss. That's how I became a Vikings fan. Randy Moss got drafted. Then I became a Vikings fan because I was obsessed with him when he was at Marshall. Sports Illustrated had like an incredible story on him. Yeah. And they were sitting at like a diner. I don't think it was an Applebee's, but the way it was written about, it was West Virginia style Applebee's in Huntington. And I think it was S.L. Price who wrote the story. And it's just a remarkable story. And you can tell early on, Randy Moss is not a role model for children, but 11-year-old Mike Schaefer all in at that point in time. So
it's too bad it didn't happen just a few years later, and you could have been like Joe Buck and like, I can't believe he mooned that guy. Maybe your life would have been different.
There are two things that Joe Buck has done that will cause me to just never accept him in the way that other people regard him as an incredible play-by-play person. I've had people who know him personally tell me like what a great guy and how I would enjoy, like he's just a man's man through and through, loves sports, loves beard, loves conversation. Every way that he's described sounds great. I will never forget the just reaction to the fake mooning thing.
Yeah.
And then also like several years later, he goes on like a late night talk show and he kind of just dumps all over baseball. And he's the lead announcer for the World Series.
That's right. He did do that.
And at that, it's like, you don't even like getting to have this incredible opportunity. And so at that point, I've just given up on Joe Buck forever, even though everyone swears he's a great guy, even though he got addicted to hair plugs, which is a very strange addiction.
I was watching that game and I was thinking, man, I spend most of my sorrow when it comes to sports on myself, as people know. But man, that was just the way the flow of that game went. I've been through some brutal games. That one's probably got to be up there for you, Mike.
Yeah, the crown jewel was watching Matt Stafford flick the ball on half an inch away from himself for an incomplete pass that was neither intentional grounding. It wasn't a sack because if they attempted to sack him, it would have been unnecessary roughness because he would have been ragdolled like Colt McCoy in the 2009 Big 12 championship game. And so there would have been a penalty for that. I guess they should have just grabbed him by the face mask and swung him down. No one would have noticed.
That was the irony, though, when they never threw the flag on the face mask in the second half. And then Rams got 15 yards, and you can imagine what my reaction was. But anyway.
Yeah. New tackling coordinator, Travis Oakes, doing a great job with the Rams this year, I think.
I gotta ask John a question.
Yeah.
When you first heard that Don Shula's grandson was going to be your defensive coordinator, did you think that he came with a wealth of qualified experience and definitely wasn't a nepotism hire?
Well, it was double nepotism because it's Shula's grandson and they were teammates at Miami of Ohio. So that's where it came from. And
nepotism,
yes,
favoritism.
When San Francisco in the third game of the year was going up and down the field like hot knife through butter, I was not a fan of Chris Shula, but you can imagine now my tune has changed dramatically.
Yeah, well, he had a very nice game plan on Monday night. I give him all the credit in the world. I was prepared to make fun of because I had forgotten about that from the first game. And then I saw that, and then you go look at his resume. It's actually better than you would expect.
Sure,
You know, you're thinking more like Charlie Weiss Jr. You know, all of a sudden just an offensive coordinator at 25 because Lane Kiffin calls the plays anyways. But no, Chris Shula had actually done some of the work. It appears, besides just being blessed with a great last name.
So I'm curious, Schaefer, what is because there's been a lot of talk this week about the college football calendar. In fact, the Coaches Association met about it earlier this week and, has passed a resolution. They want to change some things with the transfer portal. But I'm curious, what is the biggest issue you have with the college football calendar?
I mean, I don't know that there's just one. I think the biggest issue that I have right now is that there's almost no way to begin the player procurement process, which is basically what I just refer to the transfer portal or the recruiting window, without disrupting the flow of bowl games in the college football playoff. I mean, so if this idea that they have that you start it in January allows for guys to be able to play bowl games and to have a more normal month of December, I just don't think you want situations like what we saw for Marshall, where most of their team went into the transfer portal after their coach left. And I don't know that this solves everything. But if you can somehow find a way where you can get those games in, and then the window opens for everybody else in January that isn't playing at that point in time, and you're also able to have decisions that are made that don't feel rushed or everything else. Like that's a tough thing. I mean, you have these schools that, Nebraska now starts on the 22nd, which is later than it ever has. They have an interterm, which they've never done. But some schools start earlier. Some are on a quarter system. It's really hard to find this window of where it would be fair for everybody without disrupting the games and everything. And so I think, Scott Docterman had a really nice point-by-point, 10 steps or whatever it was to fixing college football's calendar. And I actually agree with a lot that's in there. I think spring football doesn't need to exist in its current form. I think you could move it to the summer as he suggested, and it would work well. I think you could even have a scrimmage and it would be fine. I've suggested eliminating some of the lower tier bowl games. And, Nebraska, instead of playing Boston College on December 28th, maybe they're playing Boston College as in lieu of a spring game or something like that. Like there's ways that you can avoid having the doubling up of the transfer portal and bowl games and everything else. But the hard part is it's all going to come down to selfish nature. I mean, everyone's going to make or want decisions that are going to be the best for them and less for the whole of the sport. You have too many conferences that don't do anything the same way. So why would people be pulling together in the same direction for creating a new calendar? We're in a really bad spot for that. Like I just don't know, where these decisions get made. It feels like it's going to be the Big Ten and the SEC sort of driving the forces here, and everybody else has to get in line. But ultimately, there's a lot of changes that have to be made. And it's easy. I used to make fun of your dumb contract idea. I still think it's dumb.
That's a great idea, man. It's getting better every day. This is aging like fine wine.
Somehow you stumbled into that thing.
We stumbled.
I mean, it's not a good idea, but this is where it does feel like
I gave as much thought to that as Jack did about the Bees playlist. I can promise you that.
I mean, I can't speak to that, but so the other issue is having an early signing period and then allowing for these guys to be able to move if the coach ends up leaving the program. So I thought Scott Docterman's kind of step-by-step thing, which I think he wrote it at the end of 2024. It was like December 31st.
Yeah, it was.
I didn't see it until Monday. And I read through that thing and I was like, there's a lot in here that I think would actually work really well. Like it would be an odd change and people wouldn't like it because change nobody likes initially. But I think once you get through that first cycle of getting used to it, I think it fits the best of anything I've seen so far.
I don't know if they've changed the rules about when you can start spring practice, but I was looking up the dates from last year. So the national championship game this year is on the 20th. And last year, the first spring practices started at Hawaii, I believe on January 26th. And then there were like schools in the first week of February that started spring practices. Liberty was on that list, and there was a few other ones. Now I know most of them are later, but like that shows you how much the football schedule. There's 1 week of off. There's not even a week of off season here at this point because you start. I don't know if they've moved them back this year, but you'll have almost no break between the season and the actual spring practices this year. That's some of the teams. Can you imagine if Hawaii was in the national championship and then they had to go to spring practice 5 days later?
If only they gave Colt Brennan a fair shake.
I agreed.
That team could have certainly played. I don't know who they lost to in their New Year's Bowl, but it's pretty ugly.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that always fascinates me is like, I think Texas has a lot of their spring stuff in February.
Usually like February, last week of February.
Yeah. And so, Nebraska is always a little bit different because of the weather and the timing, and you want the spring game to be when people are going to be able to attend it. But it is sort of interesting how different programs kind of go about that and what they prioritize and what they don't. I'm kind of curious to see if Nebraska has another late April spring game like they did last year, if the schedule is going to be somewhat similar because you have Easter sitting in the middle of the month of April.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. And, that's the thing, too, is the spring game has now become such a big deal. And for some places like down in Lincoln, it's a money-making venture. The idea of changing it or doing away with it, I got to imagine, is going to be met with a ton of pushback.
If you went to the summer idea, you could still have it. You could have a summer scrimmage. I mean, you could give it some sort of stupid, kitschy name and people are going to show up and go. I mean, they had the scrimmage in August and people were there. I think as long as there's advance notice, Nebraska fans, if you open the door, I mean, Nebraska fans are that neighbor that's just popping by your house just to see what's going on. Like that's going to be true regardless of whether it's in April or if it's in June or whenever it were to fall. I have no doubt that this place would have a huge crowd, and then it wouldn't do anything to you know, if you're in Nebraska, you maybe be into the idea because you might have even more visitors in the summer than what you already have coming in for the spring game. It doesn't affect you from that standpoint at all. The only kind of pushback I've seen where I could sort of understand is that, you know, if you have a spring injury, it really lessens the chance of being able to make it for the start of the season. But that can also happen on August 1st, too, when you're rolling out there for your fall camp. So I don't know that that's a detriment to having spring football in June. And I like it because it doesn't force guys to have to transfer right away. You can kind of make decisions a little bit. It just makes sense to me. I just don't know that there's enough reason to not do it at this point other than being resistant to change.
I'm starting an exercise. I started it yesterday with SIP, and I'm going to keep track of this. So I'm going to ask everybody over the course of the next few days. But is there something that you have utmost confidence in that you would consider to be a bold statement that you want to make about the 2025 Nebraska football team?
Man, I don't know, because I made a lot of bold statements for 2024. I was the one driving a lot of the Kool-Aid being drank in South Lincoln last year. I had a stand set up outside of my house that was pretty popular.
You did?
For a while. I'm pretty sure that I used the same stat about Marvin Harrison Jr. and Jalen Lloyd, neither of which had like great seasons, by the way. Harrison Jr. obviously in the NFL, but, you know, so slightly different for him. I don't know. I was so bullish on this team last year, and I still don't feel like I was wrong, which is, you know, how I feel about most arguments. But
same.
If there was a kinship here of any one individual, it's you. I know that. I don't know that I have something right now that I feel super bold about. There's certain things that I feel like I think Nebraska's linebackers are going to be just fine without John Bullock and without Mekhi Bayer. I don't know how bold that is, in part because I believe really strongly in Rob Dvorak. I like Marquez, Watson, Trent, and I think Deshaun McCullough could be a really intriguing piece for John Butler on the defense. Vincent Shavers has come on strong, but none of that, it feels bold. Like last year, I really sort of put myself out there in the sense that I felt good about what that team seemed like they could go and accomplish, and then they didn't get it done. So I don't know that I have anything that would be more bold than where I was at last year, where I was kind of, you know, hitting the drum beat on 9-3 on April 1st or whatever it was. And it wasn't an April Fool's joke. So I don't know that I got like a really great bold prediction, but I'll see if I can come up with something by the time we do this.
All right. Well, for now, I'll put a bookmark in here for the linebackers will be just fine.
Wow, look at that guy.
I'll see a play and it'll be okay, and I'll be like, Mike Schaefer nailed it.
Just fine.
He knew it.
Fine.
The motto for 2025, Nebraska football. Just fine.
Well, I'm sure that was probably one of the late 90s during the Bees era, media guide covers. Nebraska football 98.
The schedule poster.
The schedule poster. You know, it's got who was a senior in 98, the Browns, Ralph and Mike Brown standing out there, and they're leaning up against the Capitol, you know, one of those photos where it looks like guys are leaning up against a building. Nebraska football 98, just fine.
Mike, basketball question. I had Mike on my show on Monday, and I wasn't in the mood to ask him a basketball question. I sort of did in the last 30 seconds. But this might have been the question I kind of asked. I can't remember. I asked so many questions. But how much does the fact that both the Purdue and Michigan State games for Nebraska got ugly, how much does that change those from losses to something more than just losses in terms of either feel and or resume or both for you and kind of looking at this season?
I don't know that they feel like more than just a loss. It's the fact that the way they lost both of those games was sort of similar in that really tight defense takes Bryce Williams out of the equation early in the game. It feels like he becomes too passive when I'm constantly clamor for him to be the alpha dog on the court for Nebraska. He's their best player. If he had 10% more Taran Petaway, I think he'd be an unbelievable player for the Huskers, but he gets a little passive. And that's what we saw in the second half at times against Iowa. That's what we saw in the whole game against Purdue and Michigan State. And this team just doesn't have a great second option behind him. So if Bryce Williams isn't going and Connor Essegian is shooting as poorly as he has been the last few weeks, it gets dicey. Like we can hammer Juwan Gary for taking 21 shots, and he doesn't need to be taking 21 shots. Somebody's got to shoot the ball.
Yeah.
Like when Taran Petaway would be called selfish, it was always laughable to me because what's his option? To give the ball to David Rivers? To have Mike Pels shooting off of a screen? Like what are, so at some point you got to have a guy that just can accept that it's not going to be the most efficient basketball, but he's still your best option. It's hard though, because the way those teams are constructed, Nebraska has to be able to beat some of those guys away from home for this really to feel like a season where they took a jump off of last year. I think they're absolutely capable of being an NCAA tournament team. I think they're capable of winning a game in the NCAA tournament, but I also think they're capable of laying just a giant egg if the game flow doesn't go how they need it to. I thought they were beyond that, and I don't think they are at this point.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Well, Schaefer, I appreciate the fact that there was no trash talking generally between us. I appreciate you didn't remind me of all the other missed calls from Monday night, though, because I didn't want to have to fire back with, the whole stupid, punt block thing that, that was a ridiculous call. And I'm still amazed that punt block was missed. I cannot. I thought it was blocked. I'm like, where's the ball? And the
like I said, if you want to sum up the Minnesota Vikings January football experience in one play, it's that guy not blocking the punt. And then the sound that the broadcast made, where it sounds like it went off of his helmet.
Yes.
Like, so where's the ball? And then it's just, the Vikings start at the 4-yard line.
I was expecting it to sit in like the front row of the, the Rams end zone somewhere because it bounced back so far. And then all of a sudden they're zooming down the field and it goes out of bounds at the 4-yard line. It's like you couldn't have two more disparating, results, of what should have or could have happened.
I think you absolutely could have, and it happened in the same game with the non-fumble and then the fumble, right?
Well, that is a fumble because he did throw it.
Yeah, they were both basically fumbles. One of them, you get cute and you get to allow the quarterback who's not allowed to be hit to just kind of toss a ball a half inch with the flick of a wrist. Sam Darnold's wrist moved too. He just didn't happen to have the ball with it. Look, I'm rooting for the Rams. I hope the Rams make the Super Bowl. I don't think the Commanders are going to get it done. I think the Rams have the best chance of beating the Lions in Detroit if anybody's going to get it done. So I hope that they make this happen.
Well,
so I'm on board with you. I don't have any problem with the Rams.
I would have been on your side too if you guys would have won, but
there's not a lot of likable teams in the NFC, so I get it. The AFC is where the champion's coming out of anyways. So what are we going to do?
That's true. Houston Texans, baby. Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, always appreciate it. Thank you much.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
There he is. Mike Schaefer joining us here on the Grum. And when we continue, we'll look back at last night's Creighton game. I know Jack's got lots of thoughts about that.
Tons.
And, well, he will have thoughts about this because he loves it when other coaches are on the hot seat and it has nothing to do with his. Some Hoosier hot seat hysteria happening last night. And some odds and ends, too. Plus, really interesting story, and it may be a forecast for what to look for next Monday in the national championship game on the Middle Eight. The Middle Eight, which has become a big thing in football and college football and the pros. So all that coming up. Jack Mitchell joining us. He is, of course, doing the off-air show. What are we calling it again? I keep forgetting.
Sideshow. Sideshow. Circus Sideshow.
Sideshow for those of you listening in the YouTube stream. We'll have that and more as we continue on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone. But he can't start yet because I need to tell you about your opportunity to take advantage of some great home improvement offers from Your Home Improvement Company, YHIC. These guys can be a game changer for your home. Right now, if you're walking by your windows and you feel a draft, chances are you probably need new windows. Well, right now, Your Home Improvement Company has an unbeatable deal. You can buy 2 windows and get 2 free. Two. Great deal. 2 windows, buy them, get 2 free. It's a deal you won't want to miss. Or if you're looking at maybe doing an upgrade to your bathroom, you can transform your space by getting up to 30% off a bathroom remodel, whether it's a new walk-in shower or just a better, more functional, modern design. 30% off a bathroom remodel. Both these offers and great financing offers available right now by calling 402-764-1720. Schedule that free in-home consultation with Your Home Improvement Company, 402-764-1720. But this is a limited time offer. Want to take advantage? Good time to do it because it's in the dead of winter. You can upgrade your home. So again, repeat, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, or get 30% off a bathroom remodel. Call 402-764-1720. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with Your Home Improvement Company. They'll exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference.
Okay, I'm back, and I know the mic is on. You don't have to tell me. That's why I'm addressing it like I'm talking to someone, because I'm alone down here. All right, what do we got? What do we got going on? Are we still debating the spring game in here? Good Lord. No takes on that. No takes on that. Let's go up. Do we have anything better up here? Let's see. All spring game debating. Jeez. How about who we want to win the? I like that. Do we agree with Schaefer that it's definitely coming from the AFC? I mean, I would like if I had to rank and I don't have any dog in the hunt, I don't care. But if I had to rank the teams I think are mostly, I mean, it's probably Ravens in some order. Raven, Bills, and Chiefs. I feel like if the Chiefs played the Lions would beat them this year. There's probably Chiefs fans in here who are going to be pissed at me, or the Eagles would beat them. I don't know. Like, I feel like the Chiefs they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year. So I don't even know if I'd have them 3. Bills, Ravens 1, 2. Eagles 3. Most likely. Lions 4, Chiefs 5. I'll say it. Yeah, I will. So Jimmy's Chiefs fan, actually nervous for Saturday. I wouldn't be nervous. I mean, I don't know. I think they'll do it. Bills can't win it. Well, I assume just based on history that is. Yeah, I cheer for curses, so I will cheer against the Bills. I hope it's Bills Lions. Yeah, somebody then ends a curse. Although I don't think of the Lions as a curse, but I guess it kind of is. The Bills feels a lot more like a curse because they have lost. They lost over and over again. Tony would put Lions 3 over the Eagles. I would listen to that. That's fair. But I think it's Bills, Ravens 1, 2 in some order. I think it's Lions, Eagles 3, 4 in some order, and then Chiefs in terms of like if I were saying I had to pick them in order that I think is most likely to win it, that's probably what I would do. And then after that, I would probably say Washington, to be honest. Probably Washington. I think Washington would win it before the Rams or the Texans, right? Paul says until what's up, Theo? Until someone beats the Chiefs, can't pick against them. That's fair. Like
I caught just a little bit of the off-air conversation in the sideshow. I'm not sold that the NFL champion's coming from the AFC.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
there's
that's
a
what
good
we were discussing.
chance.
Yeah.
There's a good chance because you got the 2-time defending champs. You have the Ravens. You have the Bills. But, I mean, no one's been able to really stop the Lions this year, save for the Bills. I mean, the Eagles look pretty good, and I'm not selling my team short. So.
Yeah, like you're really willing. If it would be like the Eagles, Ravens, or Eagles, Bills, or Lions, Ravens, or Lions, Bills, would you feel that confident in the AFC team? Would it feel like a bit? Would they be a big favorite?
Probably not. And it's. I wish I would. I'm so good and quick at deleting emails, but I did get a futures email on what some spreads would be for some of those projected Super Bowls, and I deleted the email. But most of them were, rather close. Detroit's been one of the best teams all season long, and they've been scoring points on top of points. Now, of course, the big question's been their defense and whether or not they can stay upright. This week's going to be real interesting to see if what we saw 2 weeks ago against Minnesota was a fluke or not. Obviously, the Rams were able to replicate what Detroit did, so maybe the jury is out on, well, should we just assume that Detroit's defense is fine again because they beat Minnesota, given what the Rams just did to the Vikings? But again, the Lions could score with anybody. The Eagles have the thing that everyone fears, a good running game and a good defense.
Yeah.
And right now, the Rams are kind of the hot, there's always that one team that's like, oh, man, that's the team you don't want to face, which is the nice way of saying we don't think they're going to win, but we're hedging our bets just in case they do, so we can point back and say, well, I told you they were the hot team that no one wanted to face. The Rams kind of fit that bill right now. So, yeah, I mean, the odds are, and we'll talk with Mitch Holthus next hour, that the AFC is probably going to have the Super Bowl champion. But also keep in mind, in the AFC, if it's not going to be the Chiefs, that means you got to trust the Bills to finally do it and Josh Allen to finally do it, or you got to trust Lamar Jackson to finally do it.
I've got odds up here. I don't know who your preferred odds provider is, so I won't say the name unless it is. But I don't have the matchups like you were talking about, but I have the current futures.
Sure.
Do you know who has the best odds? It's the Lions.
Right.
It's the Lions right now. So it's the Lions, then the Chiefs, then the Eagles, then the Ravens, then the Bills, in that order. And then Rams, Commanders, Texans. So, according to the actual Vegas odds, the NFC is more likely to win it.
And we pointed this out yesterday. I saved this graphic from yesterday because we're going to have Mitch on. This is Aaron Schatz's DVOA, and unfortunately, the column is blocked by my funny little Mitch Holthus graphic. But the Eagles are the team that Aaron Schatz has as the most likely to win the Super Bowl. It's like 26%. Then it's Baltimore, then it's Detroit, then it's Buffalo. So NFC, 2 out of the top 3 teams, according to his DVOA. So
I got Eagles Ravens. I think it's gonna be Eagles Ravens in the Super Bowl.
It's not a bad pick. The Ravens are my pick in the AFC right now.
Yeah. And
it'll
now the fun one would probably be Bills Lions, to be honest. Like from a just
right, but we just saw that game not long ago.
Yeah, I guess so. In the Super Bowl. Yeah, you've seen several of these matchups not that long ago.
I think Ravens Lions might be the most fun.
Yeah, for someone with no dog in the hunt, don't have a positive or negative feeling about any of these teams, which I kind of do to some degree. What would be the most fun? Getting the Lions in is probably the most fun in the NFC, no matter what.
Oh, absolutely. Because they score, they take chances, they'll always go for it on 4th down. Dan Campbell's going to do something that's, either people are going to say, oh, man, that's genius, or man, that was dumb.
I don't know, though, if it's the
cute story.
I don't know if it's the Bills or the Ravens against them, though. So
I think it's the Ravens because I think they're more complete. Now, well, it could be the Bills because they did put on a pretty entertaining game, high scoring game. But either way, I think we're in store. Unless we get hell, even if we get Commanders, Texans,
Commanders would be the really.
Well,
I mean, seeing a rookie quarterback, yeah, that'd be great. How about a Washington-Baltimore local battle?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. Get the
Yeah,
DC Beltway Super Bowl.
right?
It
Heisman winner versus Heisman winner at quarterback.
True.
How often have you had a Heisman winner versus another Heisman winner at quarterback of a Super Bowl? Ooh.
Let me think.
Man.
Staubach, no. Let's think of all the Heisman winning quarterbacks who have been in the.
Man, who have been the Heisman winner?
Man, you know what? Have there been a lot of Heisman quarterbacks in the Super Bowl?
Let's
Burrow,
see.
But Stafford wasn't Heisman.
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm gonna have to look it up.
I'm trying to think. I can't think of even
my
too many.
mental Rolodex is freezing right now because it's so filled
I mean,
with,
Charlie
apples.
Ward, obviously not. Like I'm just going through and think of what's his name from Florida in the 90s. Not ever a Super Bowl quarterback.
Let's see.
Chris Wanke, never a Super Bowl quarterback. Heupel, never a Super Bowl quarterback. Or Jason White, I mean, not Heupel.
Right. There have been.
Man.
Oh, no, that's not the right question. Heisman winners and the Super Bowl.
Cam Newton went against.
But he went against Peyton, who didn't famously
and went against
win
Russell Wilson, who didn't win a Heisman.
Correct. Matt Leinart, but he was a backup. That doesn't count. Can't count the backups.
What other quarterback Heisman winners are there?
Montaigne, Eddie George, running back.
Ty Detmer. He didn't start for Green Bay against the Patriots, did he? No.
Jim Plunkett. But
Jim
Plunkett. Was
Theismann? Was Theismann?
No, but he changed the pronunciation of his last name Teasman to Theismann.
Oh, that's about the closest we've had. Is Plunkett versus
Theismann for Heisman, but he never won.
Marino, Montana, neither of them won, right? Neither.
Yeah, there have not been. Yeah, so I'm looking at this is an NFL.com story. Heisman winners and the Super Bowl. Cam Newton could accomplish something only 3 other Heisman winners win a Heisman Trophy, a national title, and the Super Bowl. So but yeah, there have not been. We've not had a Heisman versus Heisman Super Bowl between quarterbacks before. So that's a possibility.
Interesting.
So because you've got Lamar and you've got Jaden Daniels, those are the only ones, right? Yeah, those are the only quarterbacks
of the current teams.
The current teams that are left. There it is. So interesting. All right, coming up a little more on the basketball from last night. We've got some other odds and ends and a whole lot more. And Jack's Sideshow continues for you YouTube viewers. So it's always just a benefit. Make sure you subscribe to 1620 The Zone TV on YouTube because it'll remind you when such things are on the air. And you can watch all of our shows on our YouTube channel. And for today, a special Sideshow with Jack Mitchell, 1620 The Zone.
I wonder if they would pay me to work 6A to 6P, but only the breaks. Only the breaks on YouTube. Probably not, because that means that people aren't listening to the commercial breaks, and that makes it a little bit harder to sell. But keeping people around on the YouTube page can't hurt, and I can go and throw some, listen, I know how to sneak a commercial in very backhandedly if I need to. That's crazy that the Heisman quarterbacks have been. Am I putting together my next DJ set? I haven't had time to. I'm doing all this dope producing. I've been doing all these radio shows. I'm doing this show today. I'm doing the KLIN afternoon show tomorrow. So that's from 5 to 6. I'm doing my normal Nebraska Ball Brunch show on Friday. This is all addition to the morning show. I'm back here on 1620 on Monday, the 20th. So come back on National Championship Day. I'll be there. And then I'll be also doing Unsportsmanlike Conduct on the 31st. I think it's a Friday. It's another One Beer Friday. We have to do another stupid movie review. But I did convince him to do the Woodstock 99. The Woodstock 99 one. So there you go. Sell your own advertisements to do live. That's true. Yeah, just NRG should just let me whatever I can get. We've been talking about Applebee's the last hour. They should pay you. Yeah, Applebee's should be. Although again, Applebee's of that list of restaurants we went through. I started to do this earlier, like ranking and tiering the Applebee's era restaurants and how much I would still want to go to them. Applebee's pretty low in that group, right? I would, when we were talking, I'd rather go to Hamburger Applebee's, Red Robin. I'd rather go to Pizza Applebee's, Old Chicago. I'd rather go to Southwest or Tex-Mex Applebee's with Chili's. I'd rather all of them. I'd rather go to Boston Market Thanksgiving dinner Applebee's than actual Applebee's at this point. In fact, the only ones I think I would put below Applebee's of the, well, you guys included the like IHOP. I disagreed on that. That would be below it. I don't know if there'd be any others that we talked about. Need some Jack Diesel merch. Ooh, I should work on that. That's good. Yeah, I know. Tony says IHOP is breakfast Applebee's. Everybody's saying that. I just don't agree. I don't agree. It doesn't have the vibe. IHOP's got more of the. I guess I've only been to IHOP. I've been to IHOP 5 times. IHOP feels exactly like Perkins and Village Inns. The idea of the Apple. We're on.
One of these days, we're going to come back from break, and Jack's just going to be in this zone. And
I'm just having the same argument I had earlier. So, you know.
Guys, we're still arguing about the Applebee's.
We are.
And by the way, you need to check out the crossover today because it was an all-timer and went extra long. And don't worry, it'll be a happy new year at the end of the year.
We got a text from Pedro.
Oh, our buddy Pedro.
Hi, guys.
Pedro's wife, definitely not Applebee's. He always brings us good stuff.
It's true. Hi, guys. Nick, can you ask Jack if Ohio State wins the national championship, will he feel better about the season because Huskers played them tough and the national championship team is from the Big Ten?
No. That is a fake feeling. That feeling is something that is made up it's made up by the conference cheering industrial complex. Okay. That feeling is not a feeling that is a true normal human feeling. There's no, it doesn't change. My feeling has been had about that experience. It cannot get better, right? My experience cannot get better by Ohio State being better than Notre Dame because Nebraska played them well. And people have perpetuated that myth forever. So no, I'll be cheering. And this is weird enough to say as is, but I'll be cheering for Notre Dame in that game because I'm against the conference.
This is one thing you've been very consistent. We disagree on it, but it's for different reasons. So you're not one of those like Josh who is celebrating the North will rise again that we've experienced this year. I mean, I'm sure you're enjoying the SEC Schadenfreude, but it's not so much yay North, boo South.
100%.
It's just boo South.
In college football, in college basketball, all I have is I like one team and I basically hate everyone else at different levels, but it's all hate. So yeah, the joy I derive from games is always cheering against teams. It's always seeing the team lose that I want to lose. It's never seeing the team win that I want to win for it. And so that would be at play here. And then sometimes I have to compare the teams. Which do I dislike more? That's how I do it as well. But no, I'm not with Josh. I'm not cheering. I'm not like, oh, yay. Oh, underdog Ohio State is breaking into the elite of the college football. Absolutely not. I'm just glad to see SEC, have problems. That's great. I love that.
So how are you handling, because we're in the ballpark of having to cheer for other teams. How are you handling the idea of needing Creighton to continue to win to help Nebraska's resume? Because as of right now, it's the one good road win that Nebraska has this year, as they still try to figure out how to do it in the Big Ten.
I've been very clear that the time that you do cheer, potentially conference cheer or opponent cheers, when it has tangible impacts on your team, and this is the best example of that in the waning weeks of the college basketball season, or I guess anytime in the college basketball season. So no, like I don't, yeah, I mean, if it gets to nut cutting time and it's really close and you need to keep that a quad one win, so be it. I know I am. There are a lot of Nebraska basketball fans that will be mad at me for this, but yeah, I mean, both outcomes will be kind of happy in some ways, right? But the one that I really probably am going to have my heart more into is getting the wins down the stretch, John. Cheering for your Jays to get the victory.
To help out the rest.
People are going to be mad. I'm going to get hate mail for that. But listen, it's for a bigger cause.
And that's the reason why the conference cheering, in my opinion, makes sense, because in a sport of perception that college is, both football and basketball, you need to improve your perception. And this is why, and I'm bringing this to a Creighton side now, because right now the Jays are definitely a bubble team because the Big East did not have a great non-conference year this year. It was down from other years. In previous years, we wouldn't necessarily be talking about Creighton as a bubble team because their resume has been good enough and their league has been good. But this year, the league hasn't been perceived to be as strong as previous years. Thus, an 11-6 Creighton right now is probably more of a bubble team than, let's say, an 11-6 Creighton team last year would have been.
Well, first of all, there's no conference cheering to do in college basketball right now during this time. That can
right now, yes, right, yeah.
No,
but
there's nothing.
I'm talking in the non-conference and in the tournament.
But would you hold that same thing to be true in the college football playoff and applying it to the perception of Nebraska? Do you think there is a tangible difference on Nebraska if Ohio State wins versus loses that game? A difference that I will feel in their future.
For this year? No. But there's a difference.
People act like that all the time.
Right, but there's a difference because the Big Ten and the SEC, they're the two gated communities of college football, and that's not going to change. I think there's degrees here. If you're of Creighton, you're probably leaning harder into we need to cheer for the Big East than if you are Nebraska and you need to cheer for the Big Ten, because the Big Ten tends to get more cachet, whether it's earned or not. I mean, it is what it is. They are as I've called them, the McDonald's of conferences.
Not the Applebees.
Not the Applebees, but they're the brands, right? And there's a perception that has been built over many, many years, decades, that, hey, this is the league, this is the place. And so generally speaking, now there's a notable exception. What was the year 2020 when Tim Miles had the team in the top four, but didn't make the conference tournament because it was an off year that year for the Big Ten. So it's not 100%, but I would agree from a Creighton perspective, it's more important that the Big East does well than from a Nebraska perspective that the Big Ten does well, because the Big Ten tends to get the benefit of the doubt greater than a lot of other leagues.
I don't blame you. I mean, I don't even blame anybody for conference cheering for that reason in basketball season. I guess in November and December, that is what you're talking about, I suppose. But the thing I will not do, and I will not cross this line, is if my heart tells me, okay, I see a Hawkeye logo out there, right? And they're playing a basketball game in November against, I don't know, Tennessee or something. And if my heart's telling me to cheer for Tennessee, I'm not cheering for Iowa, because I think somehow that game could be the difference between Nebraska making the tournament and not making the tournament. I won't go against my heart, which has strong feelings on things.
Right. But again, I think now in some cases, and I think that can be a little short-sighted, but the Big Ten gets more benefit of the doubt than a lot of other leagues do. So I hear where you're coming from.
You're being kind of whiny right now.
No, this is not whiny.
You're being kind of whiny. You're being a little whiny. You are. I mean, it's
How am I
okay,
being
but
whiny?
you are.
What am I
You're being
saying,
a little,
man?
I don't know. You got kind of a Big East victim syndrome going on.
No,
right
there's
now.
no victim syndrome.
There's a little bit of one. There's a little bit of one.
How is there a victim syndrome when I'm spitting truth here?
We're on Grump Con 4.
Would you not acknowledge that when all other things are equal, the Big Ten's going to have more teams in the tournament than
I mean, you got the
Big
national
East.
championship last year, right? You got the national champion. You had in your conference. right? That's obviously benefiting them.
The
Big Ten
neither here nor there.
There's definitely years where these conferences are down. I mean, there might be a little bit of truth to that, but come on, let's not act like the Big East is some. I know financially the TV contract may not be the same, but let's not act like that's some disrespected brand within college basketball.
No, I'm not saying it's disrespected.
I'm just saying not getting the credit.
I'm just saying the Big Ten is more respected because, again,
I don't know.
It's
They're
all
also,
the brand.
John, it's also like metricified now anyway. I don't even know that any of that subjective perception matters nearly as much as it used to as well. Because they go, I mean, the computer.
As long as humans are going to make the picks, if we turn it completely over to the BCS computers, maybe I'll change my tune. But even then, those can be manipulated because those computers are programmed by humans.
Okay,
I'm the one. Listen,
I cheer for the team that's been snubbed from the NCAA tournament when they should have been multiple times. Shouldn't have been multiple times here. I'm the victim here.
I'm not playing a victim.
I'm the victim. You kind of are. You sound like it. You sound like a victim.
I'm not playing a victim.
You sound like one.
How am I playing the victim?
You sound like one. I don't know. I'm just hearing it and it sounds victim-y.
There's no victim. I'm just spitting fact, baby. That's all.
You're a very confident, proud program at Creighton, John.
Yes, we do.
Had many successes. I've heard many of them. I've heard many of the successes. I'm going to need you to act like that, okay? Carry that banner.
I do act like
for
that.
The conference
we are
and
the best
team
program
and
in
all
the
of
state.
those things.
One fluke loss in November doesn't make no hill.
2 out of 3, but yes.
Two fluke losses in 3 years.
I don't even know that 2 flukes in 3 years is even possible. That by definition, that's not fluke. But anyway, that's a trend.
I tend to look bigger picture than 3 years. I tend to look, a quarter century, a half century, things like that.
Half century?
Maybe not a half century.
Yeah, let's look at half century. Let's look at the 90s.
30 years. Dana Altman.
30 years. That feels like arbitrary endpoints to
Dana
me.
Altman forward, baby. Hey, Dana, you know what? Dana Altman brought Creighton back to life in the 90s. Same decade as the Bees.
Now, here's one thing that we haven't done that would be fun. Best Nebraska team of all time versus best Creighton team of all time.
No, we have not.
So it's 91 Nebraska, obviously.
Well,
probably.
we know that Creighton will be up 38-8 at some point in the first half
against the 91. No, Eric Strickland's not allowing that. That's not happening. I guess Strickland wasn't even on that one.
Of course, he is.
That was Rich King. Rich King's not allowing that rim protection. So yeah, you got to worry about that. Strickland wouldn't have been there yet. That was Scales and Moody
and rim protector of all time, baby.
They got Kelly Lively coming off the bench. You're screwed. I don't care. You give me.
Who's going to coach that team?
Kalkbrenner, Harstad, Gallagher.
Who's gonna coach that team? Sorry ass.
Oh, we're bringing Knee back. We take Knee. But what's your best Creighton team? I named my team. I'm taking the 91 3 seed in the NCAA tournament.
Oh, yes. So you're just taking a team?
Yeah, no, a single team. Yes, a year's.
Oh, you're taking a single
Who's
team.
got the best all team, and how would they match up?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Not necessarily the all-time all-star team, although we could do that too.
That's where I thought you were.
Yeah,
going
no, but I like the best in that era. Since you were cherry picking your era, I cherry picked my era.
Yeah.
So
I got to think of that because it gets certainly.
You don't know off the top of your head the best Creighton team of which it's got to be during your era calling them.
Yeah, but it's about making sure that the match. I mean, obviously the 13-14 team. Is
you're going to try and match up with. Now that I played my card, you're going to try and counter it with matchups. Well, that's not fair. We should have blindly done them.
Well, no, I'm just you were asking me a question. I thought we were talking all-time team, not
no. I want a single team.
13-14 is up there. Honestly, the team, last year's team, I'm thinking a little bit about matchups, but.
All right. So if you take 13-14, we got like a little Bo Reed, Doug McDermott matchup, maybe. Let's see, maybe, Keith Moody, Grant Gibbs situation going on here. And then let's see, when we're talking
Gibbs
about.
Will definitely coax a technical foul out of him, certainly.
Out of Keith Moody? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Carl Hayes, Ethan Rogge. A lot of people would be talking about that matchup. That'd be very exciting.
Can Carl Hayes guard out to 40 feet?
What seed was this Creighton team in the NCAA tournament?
3.
Oh, same seed even.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This was the year where they almost rematched in the tournament.
The battle of the 3 seeds. Okay, yeah, that year. The battle of the 3 seeds.
Yes.
It'd be great. I mean, obviously, that season, Nebraska's 2013-14 team couldn't handle them. But what if we brought in 90-91? That'd be
a high-scoring game. I can promise you that. Be a very high-scoring game.
That's true. Take the over.
Because that Creighton team didn't play great defense, and I don't think Nebraska would be able to guard the Jays.
227
out on the edge. So yeah, it could be a high. It could be like a 103 to 100 type thing. Which I believe wasn't that the final score of the Xavier game. What was it?
The final score of the Xavier game was one of.
Didn't they score 100?
The final score. No, 89-84.
Oh, okay. I was thinking of something else.
They did
a high-scoring game.
Nebraska did beat Oklahoma in the Big 8 tournament, 117-113. That was in overtime.
That's what I was thinking of.
But that was when Oklahoma was regularly scoring 140 points a game.
Yes, they
all
were.
The time.
Yes,
all
they
the
were.
Time. So,
all right. We got more coming up, including certainly last night. The Jays got a win for you, Jack. So there you go.
Let's go.
Helping
go
out.
Check the net rankings and see if it helped.
I did not check the net rankings this morning. I need to take a look
right now.
Also, college football coaches not only are looking at fixing the calendar, but trying to end a practice that many of us are triggered by. The flopping. 16-20 the zone. We will continue in just a moment. But first, hey, when it comes to bringing in some of the best players, like the players that we named, nowadays it's all about NIL, name, image, likeness. And On the Line wants to help bring all of us in, us little guys who maybe don't have the big finances to donate to our favorite schools' NIL fund. Well, On the Line, based right here in Omaha, partners with Creighton, Nebraska, and Omaha to direct your funds to those institutions' NIL efforts to recruit and retain the best college athletes. And here's how it works. All you do is you pick your favorite school, either Nebraska, Creighton, Omaha. You attach a measurable metric. Let's say it's points scored. Last night would have been 84 points, for example, scored by the Jays. Pick any dollar amount. So maybe you decide, I'm going to pick $1 per point. Then it's an $84 donation towards the Bird Club, for example. That's how it works. And it's a fun way to kind of keep track of how your team's doing. When your team rewards you with good play, you reward them with a donation. All you have to do to find out more is visit athleticsontheline.com. That's the website. It's going to be easy to follow, athleticsontheline.com. You can gamify your giving and help your school down the line with On the Line. athleticsontheline.com.
All right. Now, Charles Matt didn't include Piatkowski. He was a freshman on that team. I don't think he got as many minutes as any of those guys that I said. Bo Reed. Who else did I say? Clifford Scales. Carl Hayes. I didn't even say Tony Farmer. Tony Farmer played more than he did, too, on that team. I mean, Piatkowski was on the team. He just came off the bench. And he scored a decent amount, but all right, let me look it up. Moody and Piatkowski played. All right, Piatkowski played one more minute a game than Moody. But Moody started games. Piatkowski didn't start. So it's a wash. That's a wash. And Moody made the shot against Oklahoma. That was the very famous shot. More points than Reed. But yeah, he might add more points than both of them. I'm just about this. Piatkowski had 10.9. Reed had 9.9. Moody wasn't a scorer generally. So that's not super surprising. He was a distributor more than anything. But the first people I think of on that team are not, it's just not Piatkowski. It's King, Hayes, Farmer, Scales, Bo Reed, who I believe were the usual starters on that team. I think I associate Piatkowski more with the later teams. Chris Cresswell, yes. Kelly Lively, I mentioned Kelly Lively. Yeah, Jose Ramos, 17 minutes a game. Cresswell only got 3 minutes a game on that team. Well, Chubbuck Chubbuck was also on that team, but you think of him more for the later years too. He played less than Piatkowski did on that team, and then Kelly Lively and J.F. Hoffman were the players on that team. So, let's see what else we got. Thoughts on the 95-96 champs? Who are the 95-96 champs? Sorry, I don't know what you're asking, Tony. But I'm be glad to give you the thoughts if I figure that out. I might be an idiot. What else do we have? That Xavier game is low key one of the most frustrated. You know, I was really frustrated about that game. Before it, I believe, if I recall this right, Richmond beat Syracuse as a 15 versus 2. 15 versus 2s very rarely happen. That was one of the rare 15 versus 2s. What were the other ones? Like Hampton over Iowa State a few years later. Santa Clara over Arizona, I want to say, was a 15 over 2. I used to be able to name all of them. There weren't too many more. But that was the big upset until Virginia lost as a 1 seed. Was there another 15 over 2? Anyway, that happened right before the Nebraska-Xavier game. And like every Nebraska game, they had to break into it in action. And the CBS, as I recall, in Lincoln, didn't even – I believe it was on CBS. That was one of the early years on CBS, I think. The CBS affiliate stayed with the end of the Syracuse game.
A reminder that a week from this Friday, we will be at the Hope Lodge here in Omaha for our annual Creighton versus Cancer Pink Out show, where we'll be doing a paper drive and raising funds for the Hope Lodge, which is a place here in Omaha that provides lodging, long-term lodging for those who need to have their life-saving cancer treatments here in Omaha. Talked to a lot of the patients over the years. It's a great service, and it's really something that was badly needed and has really helped change and save so many lives. So that'll be a week from Friday. And, of course, it's the Creighton versus Cancer Pink Out game a week from Saturday. The men and the women playing on the same day. The men against Seton Hall, the women against UConn. And the auction is going on right now for the Pink Out jerseys for both the men and the women. So it's all in one place, very convenient. Visit gocreighton.com/pinkout-auction, gocreighton.com/pinkout-auction, and keep up to date on your bids. And I mention that, Jack, because unfortunately we have some breaking news. Jack Hoffman has passed away. Jack, of Team Jack fame, who, of course, Jack, and you're wearing the shirt today, the sweatshirt. We've worked together along with our dear radio friend Kevin Thomas on the Team Jack Radiothons over the years. But unfortunately, Jack had a relapse with his brain cancer that was discovered way back when he was a young child. And we are now, it's been confirmed across most of the major news sites that Jack Hoffman has passed away from brain cancer at the age of 19. He was actually a pre-law student at UNK. And of course, we lost his dad, Andy, 4 years ago, as he had he also had cancer. So, and of course, we all remember Jack from, and it was all made famous, the friendship that he struck up with Rex Burkhead, and then the famous run in the spring game went viral across the country and really jump-started an effort called the Team Jack Foundation to help with pediatric brain cancer. And it was probably the most, honestly, if you ask me, it's the greatest Nebraska football moment of the last quarter century. If you think about it, I mean, what it did, what it meant, what it symbolized, and people still refer to it. In fact, I saw someone in our comments mention it earlier, when we were talking about changing spring ball to summer ball, just out of the blue. I mean, when people think about Nebraska spring games, they think about Team Jack. They think about that run. It's nothing else. That's the first thing that comes to a lot of folks' minds.
Yeah. What year was that, John? The year of the run?
2013.
Okay.
2013.
Wow. I knew things weren't going well, but I did not. I mean, that's terrible. That is terrible. And man, I'm thinking about Bree right now and that whole family and just what they've gone through.
Yeah.
It's just unbelievable. To lose a husband and a son, or a father and a brother, within what, 4 years? 4 years. That
Andy
happened.
passed in 21.
Yeah, I talked to Andy on the phone about 2 months before he had the situation where he was running, and they discovered what he had going on. But it, if anything, I think, and having gotten to know the family a bit in what you were doing, I helped out. Kevin Thomas did the lion's share of the work always for these Team Jack radiothons, but we went around the state and we did in Atkinson, and we had some of them in Lincoln, and you guys were a part of them with 1620 The Zone, and then we had gone out to Elwood, Nebraska, to do some as well. And like the one thing that I just know from talking to them and is that they would want this to be basically an example that there is still so much fighting and research and help that needs to be done. And like, just to be clear, like, Andy really believed that they could solve a ton of the problems that are there, but it took research, it took dedication, it took all of those things. But like, he was so driven, and he had such a belief about this, for when he learned about what Jack was dealing with and not knowing it, that he basically said, look, I can do this because it can be fixed if we raise enough money, if we get enough research, if we get treatments that are not so freaking out of date. Like, if you could hear some of the pediatric brain cancer treatments that they were doing, that Andy talked to me about from the beginning, and the way that they needed to be modernized, and the funding that they just needed, it could all be happening. It got frustrating to hear. And I think that's what drove him. And I know that's what he would be thinking today about this whole thing. Like, this is the impetus to, you've got to keep going with that stuff. But above all of that, I cannot imagine going through that as a mother or a sister, and everything they've been through. It's terrible.
And that was one of the things, I think we've done a pretty good job in the last, we'll call it 2 generations, of being better, being more proactive when it comes to raising awareness of cancers. A lot of people have jumped on board. We just talked about the Pink Out, that was inspired by Teresa McDermott's battle with breast cancer. And now it's just kind of, it's Pink Out, but it's really, it's more about raising awareness to, make sure you get screened. The NFL, everyone, I think we've done a pretty good job. But the thing that motivated Andy, and you said it a minute ago, some of the treatments that, and this is going back, a decade or more, when Jack was first diagnosed, was they were really behind the times. Pediatric brain cancer, sadly, there's so many cancers, and some just get more attention than others. And, part of that is marketing. Part of that is, just, getting behind a message, and people like, oh yeah, let's fight that. And certainly breast cancer, was up there. Later, it was prostate cancer. Obviously, I went through a situation with my son and going through blood cancers.
Yep.
But unfortunately, there are some things that kind of fall below the cracks, and pediatric brain cancer is one of those things. And I'd like to think, not that you wish this on anybody, but if it was going to happen, that the right messenger was found. And I'm talking mainly about Andy. Sadly, it happened through his son, but I've never met a guy who just he dove in. it's like he dove into an empty pool with blinders on. It was like, I don't care. This is what we're doing. And he went head first. And I've never met, and I didn't have as many interactions with Andy as you did, but I just know in the times I did interact with him, I've never met somebody more motivated to correct something that was an oversight. And as a result, Team Jack was founded. When I talk about marketing, the whole color pink and being associated with breast cancer, Jack's relationship with Rex, just Jack being kind of the poster child. And it's not even so much that he was a poster child for Team Jack. He was like a poster child for kid fans of Nebraska football. And we all, and it was like, oh, and we got to do something about this. And it helped steer people in the right direction to spark awareness for pediatric brain cancer. And as a result, they've raised millions of dollars. They've made progress. They've gotten the attention. They brought the attention onto pediatric brain cancer. And as a result, I guarantee you, while we've lost Jack, I guarantee you that there are others who were affected in subsequent years whose lives have been saved or who are on the path to being saved that was sadly not there in 2010, 2011 when Jack was diagnosed. And that's the kind of legacy that now Andy left behind and now Jack is leaving behind. And so while we mourn the loss of Jack and what he symbolized, I hope and I pray that that Team Jack continues to carry on and continues to carry on the fight. And maybe in other cases where there are other cancers and other things that have fallen through the cracks that maybe don't get the attention, that there will be a Jack and an Andy Hoffman out there that, will pick up the torch and say, we got to do something. And so I hope that, is part of, the lesson and the legacy that we learned from the Hoffmans and the Hoffman family.
100%. Very well said. There will be lives that are saved because of this. People that don't even know, right? Yeah. That don't even know that they'll be going through this, but
God bless Rex, for, taking this on, Bo Pelini, the Nebraska program, for taking this on. And, sometimes, you get in a spot where you're in a high profile position and, someone, needs a pick me up or needs, a promotion for a good cause. And you kind of go through the motions and you do it because, it's a good thing to do. But I think the way that the program and the athletic department, it wasn't just a token gesture, right? It became kind of part and parcel of who they became, of who the relationship became. And it wasn't just let's do this cute thing so we can win an ESPY it was like, here's a chance to do some real good, to take a meaningless scrimmage and have some fun with it and raise awareness. And so I applaud Bo. I applaud, everyone in the program at that time and in the athletic department at that time, and obviously, Andy had a big part of, hey, let's do something here. But, it all started with that relationship, relationship between Rex and Jack. And Jack identifying, oh, that's my favorite player. And they became a thing and it grew from there. It's sometimes just the littlest thing can grow into something greater. And that something greater is the Team Jack Foundation.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. All of that completely said very well, very correct. And it's just so hard not to just feel so terribly for the rest of that family now, because that is a cruel set of circumstances, man. That is a cruel set of circumstances for them to go through. And like, I'm sure people listening believe different things. Boy, but I'm sure hopeful that, after it's over, you get to reconnect with the people.
Yeah. Yeah. That Jack now is reunited with his dad and I guess it's incumbent upon those who survive to carry it on, to carry on the mission, to help prevent. I've always said, whether it's, the pink out stuff that we do or stuff that I did with blood cancers and things of that nature, what you're giving, what you're donating, is not for today. You're paying it forward. You can't, whatever donation you make today maybe isn't going to help someone right there in that moment who is suffering, but you're paying it forward. And right now, whomever is getting the treatment they need today, and whatever advances have been made in medicine to alleviate whatever cancer or whatever disease it is today, that was paid for years ago. When I found out that Christian had leukemia, and we found out what the survival rate was and how the survival rate, changed and ramped up dramatically over the years. It was the people, in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s who got out the message and did all the fighting and did all the research. They were the ones that saved my son. And so what you do today, we're paying forward, right? This is what we do. We can't stop what's happening now, but damn it, we can stop something that's going to happen tomorrow. And so, I'm hopeful that we've done that, and that Team Jack has done that for kids who have been stricken by the same things that Jack was.
And I'll say it again, Andy and Jack wouldn't have done all that they did if they didn't believe that there could be concrete, relatively quick changes and impacts of what they were doing. And so just that's important. I think that is important to say, right? They believed that there was a light at the end of this tunnel.
Yes,
they really did. And it wasn't a light 500 years from right now.
No.
And they would, and I'll say it again. And I can almost hear Andy kind of saying it now, but he would want everyone to continue charging toward that light right now. Because he believes it's not that far away.
Right.
And he knows a lot more about it and knew a lot more about it than I did, and Jack knew a lot more about the experience than I did. And unfortunately I had to go through it all again when he hoped he never would have to.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, that's the thing. It's as our technology improves, as our knowledge improves, it gets just a little bit faster, right? It's an exponential growth in knowledge, in research, in technology. And so, yes, absolutely. While we talk about paying it forward, just know that with every step forward, it gets a little easier to take the next step and the next step and the next step. And so I hope that's what we've had. So again, if you're just joining us, we have learned of the passing of Jack Hoffman, who, of course, had the famous run in the 2013 spring game and is the young man behind the Team Jack Foundation. He was 19 years old, had a setback, unfortunately, not long ago, and has now passed away at the age of 19. And we will remember him and his father, and we'll certainly think of his mother, Bree, we've mentioned, and his sisters, Ava and Reese, who are certainly struggling and have been fighting this for quite some time.
And I can't believe this, John. And like this, guys, this sounds. This sweatshirt like fell. You can't. I'm wearing a Team Jack sweatshirt with the sort of the outline of Jack's picture on.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't worn this sweatshirt in months. I have no idea why I'm wearing it today. Here it is. I've been wearing it since the beginning of the show. Just found out. It's wild. It's wild. So, yeah. Really well said stuff, John. Really well said stuff. So
the just one more thing here. It's teamjackfoundation.org, by the way, the website, teamjackfoundation.org. And certainly they will continue to carry on. But rest in peace, Jack, and we hope that you have found the light, and at the end of that light is Andy. We will take a break. It's always hard to make this transition, but we'll take a break. We'll come back and we will carry on in just a few minutes. Here it's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Jack Mitchell in today for Josh on 1620 The Zone.
I'll be back in a little bit, guys. I'll take this one off, as you might expect.
Back here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, and the Zone mobile app. There has been a rash, and it hit its peak last season in the SEC. I mean, when it's bad enough that the commissioner jumps out and basically tells everybody, cut this crap out, it's gotten bad. But we're talking about flopping. And players that, well, trying, excuse me,
players that act like they're hurt is what act like they're flopping. I assume that's where you're going with this. When you say flopping, I definitely would define flopping define flopping as when you act like you got fouled or knocked over, but you mean faking injuries.
Faking injuries. I call it all flopping. I mean, if you're over exaggerating, whether it's a foul or you're faking injury, I just call it's all flopping to me. But yeah, it's the faking injury. And of course, this was something in I guess the game that I think of at least first, and I don't know why, but I think of the Indiana game in 20.
Yeah,
what was
the
it?
Tom Allen game.
Tom Allen.
I don't remember. Yeah,
what was it? Game. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not as good with my years as I used to be, but
it was against Frost, right? Yeah.
So I think 18 or 19. I think it was 19, where Nebraska would get some tempo going, and it strangely, oh look, here's another Indiana player down on a knee. Stop the play. And it got really bad this year in the SEC. Lane Kiffin was a main culprit, or at least accused of being a main culprit at Ole Miss. But it was happening everywhere. Well, the College Football Coaches Association, who have been meeting this week, are trying to take up the issue. And one of the things that came out of this was an idea that I had a few years ago. And I don't want to make it. No, it's not a contract. I don't want to make it sound like I was original in this, because I'm sure other people had thought about it as well. But if you have a player that goes down and you have to stop the game to attend to that player, then that player is out for the rest of that series. So if you're a defensive player, you're out for the rest of that series until the next time the defense comes back out on the field. Vice versa with the offense. If your running back goes down, well, then the offense has to carry on without you, and you can't return to the game until the next time the offense comes back on the field. And that actually was the thing that was proposed to the Coaches Association. And naturally, what are you getting? You're getting some pushback. Hugh Freeze. It's all fine until it's your quarterback, is what he said to the idea. Others, Billy Napier at Florida, I just don't think we can do that. What do you mean you just don't think we can? What do you mean
you can't keep out a player for the
can't keep out a player? I mean, all you have to do is couch it as it's a safety timeout. Hey, this dude is down. He's out. We got to have enough time to go evaluate him. In the Penn State game, Penn State Notre Dame last week, Tyler Warren was going back, went on a deep route, went on the sideline, tried to reach behind his head, fell back, smacked his head on the field. And I instantly said, oh, that's a concussion. So he goes into the blue tent. Oh, when you know who won the pony, a few plays later, there he is. Right? And I'm not saying that obviously it looked like it was a bad injury, or looked like it had the potential of being a concussion. And I'm not saying that he was necessarily rushed back out there. But all you have to do is couch this in the interest of, hey, you've got to have adequate time to go into that blue tent or maybe back to the locker room and get checked out to make sure you're okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's a secondary benefit, That's not even obviously the main impetus.
I mean, I get the main impetus is to stop the flopping, but if we're truly concerned about player safety, and I get it, we have been down this road 10 million times. The NFL, remember just a few years ago, CTE is going to be into us all. And now we have a 17-game regular season. We've expanded the playoffs. We
got guys.
College football now is longer than ever.
We got guys playing in the playoff who look clearly concussed to me during a game.
Mm-hmm.
Like puking on the sidelines, having all kinds of symptoms on the sideline, and still playing great. But that's, and because that solution also, John, it doesn't, in theory, it shouldn't hurt anyone who's truly injured, like taking away a timeout or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that would be, if you do that, if your player's really injured, you just kind of get screwed on it. But this is like narrowly tailored that the only way it would do damage is if it was an incredibly minor or fake injury, right? Where they would be coming back anyway.
And here's part of the proposal. So the injured player would be sidelined for the rest of the drive unless a team used a timeout to reinstate the player.
Okay.
So you have the option. So in those circumstances, let's say your quarterback gets dinged and just needs a retape of his ankle, right? But you can't stop the entire game for it, but you can use a timeout, and 2 plays later, he's back in the game. It's now part of the strategy, but that's to protect the injured. Now, I understand coaches say, but those timeouts are so valuable. Listen, I've seen how you all work your timeouts. I have seen some of the worst timeout management in the last month.
You can choose then. Leave the player off the field then. Right?
Yeah, you can leave them off the field or use the timeout that you're not going to use with the clock running with 30 seconds left anyway, because for some reason you have a brain fart about when you use your timeouts. I'm all for this because I'm tired of seeing guys go down. It's unsportsmanlike, it's cowardly, it's silly, and I'm all for it because if it drums this stuff out of the game, listen. I would be all for. I think about this with the pitch clock. I would have hoped that college coaches or baseball managers would have realized, it's good for our sport that we pick up the pace. It's good for our sport that we try to cut down on all the unnecessary breaks and the scratching and the, adjusting your cup and walking out of the batter's box or pawing behind the mound and all this other stuff. I would hope that we would just behaviorally change this. But no one was going to do it. And so we had to institute a pitch clock. I would have loved it if baseball could have stayed without a pitch clock. But we had to institute the pitch clock because behaviorally we had crossed the bridge. We'd crossed the line and we were never coming back. I look at it the same way here. We have crossed the line with all the flopping and the nonsense. So now we're going to have to legislate it. You're either going to have to sit your player for the rest of that series, or you're going to have to use a timeout to bring him back in. I love it.
Now, does this only count if play is stopped? I mean, a player might get off, be like Dave mentioned in the comments. He said, we can barely trust refs to correctly spot the ball, but we expect them to keep a log of who limps off the field. I guess maybe he's meaning making sure that nobody secretly comes back in, right? Like a player-by-player log. That's true of disqualifications too, to some degree.
Exactly. My guess. See, the thing that's going to happen is all of a sudden you're going to see a lot less flopping because they don't want to use a timeout for it. And if someone is legitimately injured, the refs have note cards all the time, right? They're out there taking notes. You've got the replay official. You can monitor it from up there. Now I know they've done the centralized thing, but you can have a sky official or something. Listen, there's a way to make sure someone's not sneaking in the game. And trust me, if a key player, let's say, just for argument's sake, it's Dylan Raiola who has to sit out, I guarantee you that there's somebody on the Ohio State sideline that sees if he tries to get back into the game without using a timeout, that someone's going to raise holy hell. And then you can throw a flag on the team, penalize them 15 yards. So this, I wouldn't worry about how you're going to police this because it's not like you're going to have 15 guys every series that are sitting out. You're like, oh my God, I got to keep a list of all the players that have to sit out this series. Yeah. It's not going to happen that often.
And then Jordan says you'll probably see a lot more hurt players walk off the field instead of being told just to go down. I guess, but man, the only you're missing a few more plays is
right.
Like that, boy, that would take a lot of. You'd have to be really minorly hurt to be already thinking, hey, I need to be back 4 plays from right now. Right.
I would guess if there's a drawback, and I'll just use Dylan as an example because, it's the easiest one for us to all relate to, that there might be the tendency of if someone is actually hurt, but you don't want to cost your team a timeout, but you still want to stay in the game, that you might try to play through something that maybe you shouldn't. I suppose that could be a drawback, but guys are doing that anyway. Guys are playing through stuff anyway, especially in key moments.
I don't think the concerns people are bringing up are necessarily bad ones. They still don't dissuade me from the idea. I think the fake injuries are a bigger. That's still a bigger concern to me.
I agree.
Than the possible issues that could come with it. Like a player, wasn't there in one of the Nebraska bowl games? Wasn't there a controversy about at halftime players changing jerseys so you couldn't tell who was who?
Well, I mean, Nebraska famously changed. Who was it? Mike McCashland and who was the defensive back? Crap! In the '84 Orange Bowl.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The jerseys.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking in the bowls. Right.
Yeah.
Nebraska did that a few times. I think they did that a little bit. There was one of those in one of those '80s games against Florida State too, in the bowl games too.
There probably was.
They switched up jerseys to try and confuse. I mean, that's like a step away from wearing a fake mustache, right?
Like Bobby Valentine.
Yeah, Bobby Valentine.
By the way,
famously,
that did not work. Nebraska still lost that game. So I guess
they lost, and if there was the Florida State ones, they lost those too. So yeah,
exactly. Never could beat either one of those damn teams until later. Till they got strangely enough better players.
Mm-hmm.
Who knew?
Mm-hmm.
All right. When we come back, the Royals. Well, actually, we got Mitch Holthus coming up next. I just realized we're at 4:30 already.
Yeah, we do.
Better get to break because Mitch is very impatient with us when we call him late. So we'll talk to the voice of the Chiefs next as Kansas City gets ready for Houston in the AFC divisional round on 1620 The Zone.
All right. Thank you for the comments, everyone. Wow, I've been in radio for 18 years, almost 19. I think that's the first time I've ever been heard about something like that. Somebody I kind of knew and everyone else knew on the air. So, like I said, thank you for bearing with everything there. I'm sure it wasn't super eloquent. Wow, that was something. I should tell these guys they can just do the Mitch. I had to type a message on here. Mitch makes me nervous. I don't know that I've got any super good question. Is Hollywood Brown back? Has he been playing? That's one thing I was wondering about. I know in theory I should be doing prep for the show, not during the time I'm doing it, and especially live when I'm talking to listeners. But I found out that I was doing this very recently, and it's been a busy day. So thank you, Paul. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate that. Let's see. Cool. All right. I'm going to let John take this interview mainly because I don't think I'm very prepped to ask a good question. Okay. All right. What time is it? I'm confused. I feel like I've been in a 4:33. Okay. 4 hours is a long show. 4 hours is a long show. I do a 3-hour show. 4 is very different than 3. That extra fourth hour makes it, that's very obvious, but it feels like a lot longer. Not that I'm not having fun. Well, I was having fun. Got significantly less fun for a while there. 4 is the new 3. There we go. Wow, this in 2.5 hours of show, though, this has gone a lot of places for sure.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the Red.
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chalk focus right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
All right, rested and relaxed after that grind of December, but then a nice week off last week, just watching everybody else have to stress through the wild card round. Though when you look at the results of some of the games, the teams that won tended not to be very stressed because there were a lot of blowouts. Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, how are things? How did you enjoy wild card weekend not having to be a participant?
Enjoyed every second of it and watching the fur fly. It's like you getting a bye at the Big East tournament with Creighton, or you watch your NCAA opponents clobber each other out before they get to you. That's the feeling. But then, scouting all of them, we knew that we had 4 potential opponents, and now we know we've got Houston, so we're ready to go.
Were you surprised that, that Houston ends up being the opponent? Because not many people were picking the Texans, even though they were the home team.
Well, and let's think about the game. We see 32-12, and we're going, oh, man, Houston blew them out. Let's 2:24 to go in the game, 24 to go in the second quarter before the half, 24 seconds to the first half, 2-minute warning, and it's 6-0 Chargers. And they're basically dominating the game. Houston is keeping them out of the end zone, which was the first key. The second, though, was C.J. Stroud made a Patrick Mahomes play. The bad snap, he's able to keep his wits about him and find Xavier Hutchinson for a 34-yard gain and then lead a 99-yard touchdown drive to lead 7-6. The second big one was Stroud making an off-schedule play. Basically on 2nd and 40, he's able to at least get a field goal to get a 2-possession lead, and it totally changed the mentality of the game. And then I thought what was surprising, it seemed like the Chargers wilted in front of them in the last quarter and a half. And I think Jim Harbaugh was as mesmerized as I was. But still, it was C.J. Stroud's off-schedule plays and Houston's ability to be so attacking on the front with 4 sacks and then to get the 4 interceptions, including a pick 6. And a block punt. And a block PAT for 2 points. The Texans became the first team in 14 years to have 4 picks and 4 sacks in a playoff game.
It's been, not quite a month. It'll be almost exactly a month since playing Houston. By the time this game kicks off, Saturday afternoon game, you can hear on News Talk 1290 and also on 1620 The Zone. When you watch the Texans, how different did they look from the team that Kansas City beat a month ago?
Well, they had Elshire, so he didn't play against us the first time. And then, but I thought it was very similar. The thing you have to do against Houston is use the quick passing game, which the Chiefs did on December 21 because of the pass rush of Will Anderson Jr.
Right.
Not just he and Daniil Hunter, they're big guys inside. But they're like a pressing basketball team. They want to get you down and pick at your flesh. But if you break the press on them, you can go get dunks. So I sound like Coach McDermott talking about breaking a press, but that's the way they are. They gamble a lot on the back end. And when their gambles work, they can drill you. But if they don't work, they're one of the worst teams in the league at yards after contact allowed on offense. So no surprises. It was, without that. The one thing they have done, and I'll give D'Amico Ryans credit here, they got past the Tank Dell injury. Dell got hurt in our game, a devastating injury. He's a leader on that team, close, and it just fried him for the next game. Well, they're over that now, and they're able to kind of spackle something together for us.
We'll look a little more into the matchup in a second, but of course, the advantage of having the week off is you have a chance to get some guys healed up. Saw today that Spags talked about Jalen Watson and how important these next couple of practices are. What is the latest that we know about Jalen?
he's got a real shot. It's going to come down to the end of the week, but don't be stunned if they make that move and activate him probably as late as Saturday. I'm sorry, late as Friday, because tomorrow is a Saturday. No, this is a Wednesday. It's a Thursday. Tomorrow's a Friday. It's a Thursday. All right, this is our live.
You've had too much time off, Mitch. You've lost track of days.
It's the way our schedule is. We played every day, but Tuesday at 10:30 on Hulu, right? Like, yeah, like a YouTube live at Monday morning at 3:00. Like, so anyway, the point is, it could be all hands on deck. I mean, other than the guys like Rashee Rice, but still, it's unheard of to sit there thinking you're going to go into the playoffs full steam ahead with most everybody, almost all available to play.
This was such a sexy pick, Houston was, before the season. A lot of people thought, oh, man, Houston's got something going. C.J. Stroud had that great season last year. And they just kind of muddled their way. I mean, they were benefit of being in a bad division, and they just kind of muddled their way through. But now you look, and you mentioned the play that Stroud made, which was really a game-changing play near the end of the first half, that kind of helped turn that game around. Does Stroud look like a more mature, more dangerous quarterback than he did last year?
Yes. I mean, we know in the AFC, you've got Patrick, and then you got Josh Allen. I'm not listening to these. I'll put Patrick up there just for what he's accomplished. But then we know that it's Lamar Jackson and Burrow and Josh Allen. I think next, among all the young guns, I'm going to put Stroud in there. I just have seen too much in 2 years. Last year, he was the youngest guy to win a playoff game in NFL history. Well, now he has two. Contrast that to Herbert, he's played 81 games. He's 41-40 with no playoff wins. Well, here's Stroud, who does kind of fight his way through the year. He had injuries, 5 games. He did not have Nico Collins, who's a stud. He looks like an Olympic 400-meter gold medalist. And then he loses Dell late. And then with the runner with Mixon. So the fact that he has kind of grinded through this season, I think you've alluded to it, but then to show up in the playoffs and to overcome 2nd and 40 and what should have been a disastrous play. And I think if the Chargers score there, they probably go on and win the game. And the fact that he kind of pulled all that out tells me that Stroud deserves special recognition over this other, file full of dudes that everybody wants to make the next Mahomes.
Do you think Kansas City's pass rush is the difference maker in this matchup?
Well, I'm going to start on the offensive side and not giving up the ball. How did the Chiefs win on December the 21st? They only yielded 1 sack in that game, and that was to a blitzing linebacker. 0 by Daniil Hunter, 0 by Will Anderson Jr. They did not turn the ball over. In fact, they haven't turned it over all the way back to the Bills game. This is crazy in November, but that's how they won the game. That's how Houston lives. It's, again, the pressing basketball team. If they don't turn you over, they could get drilled because it's not a team that is built necessarily to play you full court or half court defense kind of. Now, on the defensive side, yes, you can get after them. Keep in mind, part of C.J. Stroud's problem this year is he was sacked unmercifully. This looks like Joe Burrow's early years because I think they ended up 27th in the league in sacks allowed or 28th. But the fact that the Chiefs were able to get after him in that game back on December the 21st, and it wasn't Chris Jones and it wasn't George Karlaftis, it was others. I think the Chiefs can put on a full-on assault on this Texan offensive line, which is a little bit chopped up depending on the ability of Shaq Mason. They had to move right tackle to left guard. They put a rookie in at right tackle, and they got beat up against the Chargers early in the game. And then when they turned the game around with those plays that we both mentioned here, all of a sudden then their offensive line played a lot better, a lot of momentum, and then again the Chargers were waving white flags. So, yes, the Chiefs have a chance to attack these dudes on defense.
Mitch, I have not had a chance to look ahead to the forecast. We remember Kansas City's playoff debut last year, frostbite and everything else. But how do things look? And I'm guessing they probably resodded GHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium for this one.
Well, the good news is it's probably going to be 30 degrees warmer than the Miami game last year. The bad news means it'll be 19. I think it's somewhere between 15 and 19.
Oh, good.
So, yeah, it's a matter of perspective, you guys. And versus, Houston plays indoors, and they don't play a lot of games at 19 degrees. Even in their division, it's Jacksonville and Indy's in a dome, and they're in a dome, and Tennessee's usually warm weather. So, yeah, let's go. Figure it out.
All right. Mitch Holthus, voice of the Chiefs. You'll hear his call. I'm hoping, Mitch, to get the plane that I'm flying back on from Connecticut to pipe your broadcast in over the loudspeakers, because that's where I will be at kickoff. But I hope to be on the ground in time to catch the end of the game. And maybe by that time, the Chiefs will already be comfortably ahead. We will find out. But Mitch, have a great call. Thanks, and we'll talk to you next week.
Let me contact the FAA. I think they will allow that.
I would love it. I would love it. I hate being in the air during playoff games. It happened last year, happened this year.
And it stinks. Here's Bob from the Federal Aviation. Hey, can they listen to the game? Yeah, you're set.
Thank you.
You're
excellent.
I knew 16,
I knew you could move heaven and earth for me. Mitch, take care.
Well, I didn't know Bob would walk by. Usually the FAA and other stuff, but he's just walking right by me. Hey, Bob, what's up?
All right.
Yeah, so we're good.
Mitch, we'll talk to you next week.
See you, boys.
Mitch Holthus, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. That'll be the early game on Saturday.
How about the Chiefs getting relegated to the early Saturday slot number 4?
I know.
Wow.
I
know. Not really a way to handle repeat defending Super Bowl champs, IMHO.
Because everyone's Bills, Ravens, that's the game. And of course, they got the prime slot, and the Rams, they couldn't put the Rams Vikings winner on Saturday because they're already playing on Monday night. So you knew the Chiefs were likely going to be on Saturday. But yeah, the Detroit game against Washington gets to be in prime time, and the Chiefs get to kick things off on Saturday after.
I feel like in the relatively short existence of the Houston Texans, they've played 20 early Saturday playoff games over the years. That is like always their slot.
Well, there was a tweet last week. Every wild card playoff game they've ever played has been the early Saturday kickoff.
It feels like it's just always the Texans and somebody in that game. They usually lose, but it's been that way usually they don't have their start for a bunch of years. They didn't have their starting quarterback, and they'd have to start like TJ Yates or something in that game. That's one good thing about that is one good thing about this season, John. I can't remember too many other seasons where, unless I'm forgetting someone, any of the teams right now, each of the teams that did make the playoffs were still on their number one quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. So often that isn't the case, and it really takes away from one of the in some cases, or in cases of the Eagles, a few years ago, they won the Super Bowl with it. But that wasn't the case this year.
No.
So
no, we got fortunate. I mean, for the most part, there's not any real major injuries that are going to keep key guys outside of the ones that Detroit suffered, but that was several weeks ago. So, we've already known that like Aiden Hutchinson isn't going to be playing.
Well, Tank Dell.
Yeah. So yeah, we are pretty fortunate so far. Should have some good matchups. We'll certainly have more on that later this week. But coming up next, it's Dumb Debates time.
Ooh, okay.
If you thought Applebee's conversation wasn't stupid enough,
can it get dumber?
We'll try to take it to another level.
Wild show today, all over the place.
Yes, it is. We've touched just about every emotion.
Yeah, for sure.
There's confusion and emotion.
I don't know.
It's more of a state of mind.
Yeah.
Dumb Debates next. Jack Mitchell in for Josh. 1620 The Zone.
Okay, I think my chair broke during that segment, or it did something. This sucks. That's bad time. I've been losing weight. My chair should not be breaking now. Maybe it's the pressure from the previous, older, bigger me was or younger, bigger me was the problem, and I wore it down. Oh, something does not feel right. That is going to bother me. For as much as I sit in this chair, something... Oh, man, that does not feel right. All right. Did you guys think I did a good job in that segment? I don't know. I just don't have thank you. Yeah, none of my kids. I only have one kid in the house, and she's 14, and she definitely doesn't want to come down here and hang around with this stuff. So, yeah, getting older kids that's something. I just let John do the heavy work. I didn't feel like I had done enough. I just don't know what I'm going to ask. And I feel like Mitch is going to be mad at me if I ask something stupid. And, or he'll do one of those bits and I won't be understanding what's happening. So I'm a very confused, not smart man, obviously. So I don't want to put myself in challenging situations like talking to Mitch Holthus. I'm not going to play chess with that guy. All right. Dumb debate. I have not done, man. So I must sub on this show. When I've subbed on this show, I sub on the show a lot in the winter when John's gone. I don't know that I've done a dumb debate. I don't know if I've hardly ever done a dumb debates. What day is it? Wednesday? Wednesday is not a day I sub in on the show very often. Done Fridays fairly regularly. I've done whatever day they have Michael Bruntz on quite a bit because I feel like I interview Bruntz. I think that's a weekly thing. That's a day that I come on quite a bit. But Wednesday, apparently Dub Debate Day. I have not done a lot of that. I'm kind of excited about it. I hope we have some good ones. I still got it, man. It is going to be. I keep wondering how much time's left in the show because, man, that news is just hanging over everything I'm thinking about right now. It is tough. It's tough. That's, I guess, live media, right? Yeah. The chair's getting old and tired. Yeah, it's tired of holding me on it. Let's see what else we have going on right now. Oh boy.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listen not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mainly to base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around,
even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
So I was listening during the sideshow, which is when Jack fills in or is with us. He does his own little commentary during the breaks on the YouTube. Yes, we know his mic is live. That's the whole point. It's a great way to pass the time. But no, you don't get to fill in much on Wednesdays. A lot of the reason is because, Creighton's usually playing on Wednesday.
Is that what it is?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, we had a Tuesday game and it was a home game, but now this is Josh obviously being gone, but that's probably one of the main reasons because usually Wednesday we don't need fill-ins. But anyway, you get a crack at dumb debate.
I was excited. I honestly don't know. It's been years, I think, since I've been a part of it. In very rare times have I even been a part of it at all. So I'm excited about this.
Well, then let's start with something that was brought to our attention earlier this week. And we actually talked about it with you. But it's this ladies' night promotion that Nebraska Ball is doing at the Vault. And one of the giveaways for ladies' night is a Fred Hoiberg air freshener.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Bruntz, friend of the Grum, Husker 24/7, asking the question, which air freshener of a former Husker player or coach would you like to receive as a giveaway? And I'll add this, what would it smell like?
What does margarita mix smell like for Scott Frost?
Wow. By the way, are the I haven't seen the Hoiberg air fresheners. I don't know if you have. Is it just like his face that hangs down? Is it like a car air freshener?
Yeah, if it's what's on this promotional spot on YouTube, and I had one of these. My wife ordered some air fresheners of the face of my dog. It was just a generic smelling. It's just a generic smelling air freshener, but it was Wrigley's face. So I'm assuming it's Fred Hoiberg's face.
I like to imagine that it's actually one of those Febreze spritzer things, and it's just a little plastic figure of Hoiberg that just spits out scent once in a while.
Oh, I agree with Paul. Has the right answer. First of all, I would buy Danny Nee. I'm not going. I don't need a Hoiberg air freshener, but a Danny Nee air freshener would be amazing. That's my first one, and I like his head right there. When I'm driving around.
But I had the old car. I kept Wrigley's up there, even though the air freshener had worn out years ago. But it was a reminder. Hey, there's my dog.
Hey, there's Danny calling. I feel like I would impute him swearing at me while I would do this. It would motivate me to be a better person, right?
Listen, I guarantee you, if it was the Danny Nee air freshener, that just like every picture that was ever published of him in the Journal Star or the World Herald, it would always be of him in mid-scream. It was never the posed photo of him, in the media guide smiling with his suit on. No, every time there was a picture and they just put the courtesy photo of Danny Nee, it would always be him of, his face contorted and he's screaming and, losing his mind. That's what the Danny Nee air freshener would be. By the way, not to give you any ideas, Nebraska ball, but maybe think about a Danny Nee air freshener next year.
We could do full collection. Full collection, right?
I would say this: the one air freshener of a former Husker player or a current Husker player or coach that I would not want is the Randy Gregory air freshener. Because the air freshener is supposed to mask the smell of what Randy was usually doing. So I don't think the Randy Gregory air freshener, it would defeat the purpose of what an air freshener is supposed to do.
Yeah, that's true. And I definitely there's probably no lineman just generally that there's any smell with that associated with them in any way that I'm going for.
Well, Rob Zadiska air freshener would smell like anesthesia because, he's famously an anesthesiologist, so it might put you out.
Maybe. I'll tell you what, the worst smell, one of the worst smells I've ever experienced in my life is coming back into a high school football locker room for the second two-a-day of a summer day and opening your locker and then touching your pants and starting to put them on your leg and they're still wet with your sweat from the first practice. That's a smell all on its own. And I associate that with most football players. So probably the only thing worse is hockey players and the smell that comes from them.
Oh, there's no question. The worst place to sit at a hockey game is anywhere close to the bench.
Do you think any of these?
I sat the last Lincoln Stars game I ever attended, and it's probably the reason why it's the last Lincoln Stars game I ever attended. We had tickets right behind the Stars bench, and it was the one sporting event where I was like, I have no desire to eat any or drink or eat anything right now.
Do you think any of these old coaches air fresheners would smell vaguely of Speed Stick?
Well, I would think that the Devaney air freshener would smell like spilled bourbon.
Yeah, somebody said that already on the chat, on the YouTube chat. Keena says Jack Gangwish raccoon scent. Oh my gosh, that's a good one. The wrench. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I like it.
Jordan says Vers would smell like pizza. Yeah, I'm at Versal one that smells like pizza. That sounds good.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Good.
The Ed Foley air freshener would smell like any one of the cafes he's visited the last 2 years.
Just like a
vague, like a giant pork tenderloin.
Yeah, like a vague tenderloin smell. That's a good. That's a
vague
good food
tenderloin.
one.
Vague tenderloin might be a band name, Nick. Put that on the list.
It might go on the list. I've got a dumb debate.
All right.
From Pedro. Hi guys, dumb debate. Surfing music. Does Gen Z have anything like that music? I don't know what a Gen Z version of surfing music.
Do they mean like music, a genre that sort of coalesced around a single activity?
I'm guessing that's where he's going.
That's where I'm going to take it, I guess.
That's where my mind went.
I don't know. Is there any other Gen Z or not? Is there any other genre that is that directly associated with a single activity?
How about this? We had back in the early 80s Remember when we had music created thanks to video games?
Yes.
Pac-Man Fever.
Pac-Man Fever.
Now it wasn't as big as the surfing movement because it literally gave birth to one of the worst bands ever created, the Beach Boys. But I mean that's a small one.
I mean,
we don't have like a gaming one today, or
Well, we have video game music. It's actually really good. It's just not that popular.
Yeah, but the comparison, the best comparison to surfing music is probably music associated with skateboarding. Would be my sense.
Oh, ska.
Ska. Well, ska wasn't all that out there, but when I was in elementary school, but being a skater and skater music had the same sort of kind of feel not the feel as being a surfer, but in terms of an activity that the music was around and about and the whole lifestyle. That's probably it. But there's not like golf. There's not like a genre of like golf music.
Could you imagine golf? What would golf music?
And it's not only music that you associate by the sound, but it also talks about that activity, right? Half the Beach Boys song has the word surfing in the chorus.
Correct.
So there's not like hey, we're going golfing.
Could we call the Red Hot Chili Peppers California music? They mention California a lot. In The Killers, they mention Las Vegas a lot.
They do, but that's not the same as an activity. It's not an activity. It's just like a play.
NWA mentioned Compton a lot. I think there's a lot of people that shout out locations.
All right, here's another locally, bringing it back local. What about Husker fanboy music?
Oh.
There was an entire album put out by Coca-Cola that was dedicated to this that my friend had, and I remember every song.
Coca-Cola.
Such hits as Nebraska 67, Kansas 1, Big Red Fever. What is it? Sooner Knuckleheads Don't Belong. I mean, it was a whole album. And we used to get, back in the day, people would send us random, when Eric Crouch was going for the Heisman, they'd send us an Eric Crouch fanboy song. Or
I got tons of those. Yep, I've got CDs sent to me with fan songs multiple times.
Actually, Sad Husker fan and Dave might be onto something with like Snoop Dogg, or there's not just Snoop, but there's a lot of songs
weed,
about weed or other drugs.
That's true.
Specifically around those.
That's probably true. There's a sound to them, too, to some degree. Mm-hmm. Well, that's probably true too of different drugs as well. Yes, more modern ones, but yeah, that's true. But back to the fan, you just mean like fan created music,
yes.
But it didn't ever get much. There was a time when Husker related music got a decent amount of radio play, and I know I'm pretty sure Josh and I talked about this on the last time few times ago I hosted with him, but like that Husker reggae song got a decent amount of radio play in the 80s.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Radio stations then the other thing is like radio stations would make songs that were they weren't necessarily like mock songs, but they would put out songs and the DJs would do songs, right? And those would be played on the radio a lot. Like I know them, I remember a few of them. That they used to do, but they got some radio play as well, which doesn't happen anymore.
Now we may have to help redefine this question, but when I saw this, it wasn't actually meant as a dumb debate. It was just a question directed at me, but I thought when I knew Jack was going to fill in, we're definitely going to add this. Phil asked me earlier this week, favorite fast food pizza chain.
Favorite. Now, how do you define that first?
That's where I think we have to look at this as
national.
I mean, obviously, nowadays pizza's different. It used to be way back when pizza was a dine-in experience. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a big carry-out delivery thing. And then, of course, Domino's and everything. And then it became, so you got to eliminate not that there's a lot of the dine-in chains, because pretty much everyone eats pizza now. What if
it's a dine-in place that also has a drive-through? Could we consider that? If it has a drive-through, could we consider?
First of all, drive-through pizza is
drive-through.
That's an Iowa thing. It's an Iowa thing, and that's why
Nick knows it. Them in Omaha. At least.
I didn't see it until I went to Iowa, and now I see them in Iowa all the time. And Pizza Ranch does it too, and they came from Iowa. It's a huge Iowa thing.
Godfather's does it here. There's a Godfather's here that has a drive-through.
I had no idea.
Lighthouse Pizza has a drive-through.
It's an Iowa thing.
I've only ever seen it here.
I guess I would just narrow it to chain pizza.
So national chain,
national or regional.
But like it's got to be like we're not talking about like Old Chicago. Old Chicago is not in the same group as like Domino's, right?
I don't think
if
so.
If it's a local or do you say local or just regional?
Local/regional.
So do we have to define what a chain is? Because 2 doesn't feel like a chain, but once you're at 3,
well,
that feels
obviously, Val's is a chain. Godfather's is a chain.
Yeah, those are the national chain. See, I'm thinking of Domino's. I could probably name them all. Domino's, Pizza Hut, Godfather's, Papa John's. What am I forgetting?
Little Caesars.
What else is in that group? That like I can think of that genre pretty clear. I mean, there's like only like 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's kind of narrow.
So of those,
yeah,
it's you know what's weird. So my wife has celiac and she cannot have gluten. It's not like a preference. She really has it. Pizza Hut does not have a gluten-free pizza, but Valentino's does, Casey's does, Domino's does. I don't remember when the last time I had Pizza Hut was. It is so long since I've had Pizza Hut, and I probably would rank that number 1.
Well, I talked about this on the show. Was it yesterday? We had the wife just brought Pizza Hut home on Monday, and I didn't recognize it.
Oh, really? That's terrible to hear.
I did not recognize it.
It
did not.
No.
If I would have been blindfolded and fed this pizza, like if I taste Valentino, I know Valentino's. You know, I can be blind. Hell, my taste buds could be turned off. I could tell it was Valentino. Same with Godfather's. And it used to be I could tell the same. Could not tell that it was Pizza Hut. It did not taste like Pizza Hut.
Did she get pan crust? That's all I ever get.
No,
okay. That's problem number 1.
It wasn't pan. I think it was thin.
I like Pizza Hut's thin crust, but it doesn't
I used to have both the pan and the thin. I mean, I you just know it, and a lot of pizza is defined by the sauce.
Yeah,
right. I mean, the sauce really, you could tell. Could not recognize it as Pizza Hut. It was good. I even had some left over today for lunch, but I didn't recognize it as Pizza Hut. So, Jack,
that's sad to hear.
I'm about to blow your freaking mind. But to answer this question, Valentino's number 1.
I don't even count Valentino's that group. If Valentino's a group, Valentino's.
Oh, you're not going to count Val's?
Listen, first of all, we know my thoughts on Valentino's. It's great. It's very good. I know. Don't at me. I know what you think. I don't want to hear what you think. So
I've completely done a 180 on Val's. I never disliked it. It's just I attended way too many Husker sporting events, and it just got old. But now that it's an every now and then, and I've also discovered that the air fryer is the best way to reheat pizza. Game changer.
I don't know. If you're counting that opens
all
up
right, well,
can of worms. Let's go with the national chain.
Let's just go national chain.
Well, I think Val's should count, though. It's a chain. There's multiple restaurants in the area. I think it counts.
So is pizza. We have to count Pizza Ranch now too. We've got to count. We've just opened a whole bunch more that we're counting.
Well, then let's just go with the national ones: the Domino's, the Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Little Caesars.
Okay, I'm gonna
Is Godfather's. I consider that national.
No, Godfather's is local.
See, I think
it's as local as Valentino. It's Valentino.
That's crazy to me. I never knew that. I never really.
Because Godfather's was born right here in Omaha.
Yeah, it's weird though. I feel like is Godfather's not anywhere else other than this area?
No, it's in other places. It's bigger than Val's, but I would not count it as national.
Well,
sorry, Jack.
I was just going to say, well, based on what I remember, Pizza Hut would be number 1, but maybe that's changed. But Pizza Hut would be number 1 for me out of that group. Number 2 would clearly be Papa John's for me.
Mm-hmm.
Domino's is last. And I mean, I don't like Little Caesars has had so many evolutions. I don't know what to consider them anymore either.
So hear me out. Hear me out on this one. If you want fast food pizza, literally the fastest pizza you can get is Little Caesars.
Sure.
Yes.
And Little Caesars, the problem is they have a very specific window of when it's good. And that is when you first get it, and if it's been sitting out for a little bit. It's bad when you reheat it, and it's bad cold. But for that window, Little Caesars is the best fast food pizza that you can get. Because you don't have to wait for it. If you want pizza, you don't have to call it in. You don't have to wait 20 minutes.
I
You
have
just
never
Google
heard even thought of the term fast food pizza before. I don't know.
Neither
I
have
still
I.
don't know what that genre is. I understand. That's
I think
hot and ready.
the
That's how
original
they do it.
question was about just the national brands, the Papa, those.
Yeah.
And it's considered fast food, but it's really not.
Mass consumption pizza, Charles.
Mass
That's
consumption.
what I would say. Yeah.
I would go, and this is based now on my latest experience with Pizza Hut. I
Okay.
would have put Pizza Hut number one. I
Yeah.
put Papa John's number one.
That's my 1-2.
Then Pizza Hut. I have not had Domino's in forever.
Domino's has fallen out of favor with me lately, except for their thin crust, because their thin crust doesn't. If it's the same sauce, they don't use the same amount of the sauce, obviously, but their sauce is way too sweet. I can't stand pizza sauce that's too sweet.
Then you hate
Pizza sauce should be
Valentino's.
more savory than sweet.
Then you hate Valentino's. Yeah. If we're involving, because it's very sweet, that's why a lot of people don't like it. If we're involving like regional chains, I don't know. I might put Casey's on top. Did I just say that?
We do frequently back home in God's country, as I call Iowa.
Yeah.
We say that Casey's is a pizza place that sells gas, not a gas station that sells pizza. Say that.
I mean, I'd put Casey's up there.
I'd put Casey's up
I love
there.
Casey's.
I mean, I'd put the ranch up there too, but that's a lot
love
of
Pizza
nostalgia talking. I'd put the ranch probably.
Which number date was that? Pizza Ranch.
That was every time we ate out in the town that we lived in.
Pizza Ranch catered my graduation party in high school.
Let's go.
It was great.
Just the pizza, or did you get the chicken too?
Well, see, my mom loves the chicken, so she got a bunch of chicken, and I made sure that we got the loaded mashed potatoes because it's my favorite.
Yeah. But if I'm alone and I'm ordering pizza, it's usually Papa John's. And it's partly because I get so excited about the stupid dip. That's the bigger thing.
Good dip.
It is good dip.
The
The
garlic dip.
garlic dip is good.
I am paying for that as much as I am for the pizza.
Here's one that I've stumbled across on Twitter. If Disneyland is the, quote, happiest place on earth, where do you think the saddest place on earth is?
The saddest place on earth. AT&T Stadium in January. Josh isn't even here to enjoy it.
Is there an Applebee's in Gary, Indiana? Because I'd like to put that one in there.
Wow. Harsh.
Yeah, like sad places that you walk in, restaurants that used to be bopping that aren't anymore. We kind of talked about that at the beginning, like the current iteration of Famous Dave's, and like, oh man, this place used to, like, old places that used to be hopping and they're just not. That's a sad place to go. Like nursing homes.
How about
can be sad? Like,
well, I'm trying to keep it away from
hospitals.
truly sad things.
Yeah.
More sad as a concept, as pathetic than.
Yeah, I want haha sad, not like depressing sad.
How about
old malls, crossroads,
old malls?
There's no mall there anymore.
Well, when you was still
like
there.
the last indoor skating rink. Skating rink.
Yeah, a ball pit at a Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh yes, like
any place that still has
honestly just
like,
Chuck E. Cheese.
Like 3 arcade games that haven't been changed out since 1990.
Oh, the Pizza Ranch in Harlan, Iowa.
Sure. I mean, that's a good though. That's a good. I mean, it could be anywhere. It could be in a hamburger joint. It could be in a roller skating rink. It could be in a movie theater. But any place that has like arcade games that obviously have been there since 1990.
I want to circle back to malls. Oakview has gotten mad depressing over the last 2 years.
Really?
Oakview is rough, right?
See that in that place I go back to the Bees era that we talked about earlier. That place was hoppity hopping.
The Applebee's next to there's closed down now.
Oh
Jack.
my gosh,
I pass by it every morning.
Hopping. They had a Bennigan's in there, I think. The place was hot.
There was a pretty good Philly cheesesteak place in the food court at Oakview. R.I.P.
Yeah.
Charles, very specific. Men's bathroom on I-44. Peter says Long John Silver's.
Oh my gosh, the Long John Silver's on it's now closed on North 27th and Lincoln. That was that is definitely the answer to this though. Places that were once, were once popular or good, and then just seeing them being in those buildings when they're not. That's what it is.
Listen, my childhood. I mean, I wish I'm hoping that one day after we all pass from this earth,
Rip.
that when we get there, we get the analytics printout of all the stupid stats that we've accumulated in our lives. Because one of the things I want to know is which fast food restaurants have I been to more than any other? And I guarantee you from the ages of 7 to 15 that Long John Silver's would be very high on the list because the Bishops ate a lot of Long John Silver's.
Mine is...
And it was in the era before the chicken strip became popular. It was the one place you could get the chicken planks. And being a non-seafood guy, I always got chicken planks, and I loved the chicken planks at Long John Silver's. I haven't had Long John Silver's since the fateful Halloween of, I believe it was 2014, because I believe that's the Royals Giants World Series. And the wife brought home Long John Silver's, and I was going to give out the candy, and I had the Long John Silver's and got food poisoning. It was the most painful way I ever got out of not having to give away the Halloween candy. Have not had Long John Silver's since.
Woof.
That's it. What's your number one, Nick? Fast food when you get your
Taco Bell.
stats. Taco
It's
Bell.
absolutely going to be Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell.
This is a great dumb debate in itself. When you get your printout with all your metrics at the end, what will be? I mean, there's tons of them you can get. You could talk about tons of these that we could discuss. But for fast food, man, mine will probably be Amigos number one.
Yeah.
I feel pretty confident. I feel pretty confident Amigos will be number one.
I want to see the gallons of ranch consumed on your report.
I bet, you know what
That's
I bet?
a fun one.
Number two will be close between it'll be a battle between Runza and Culver's, and probably like McDonald's from my youth will be in there a little bit.
Yeah, I hate to
And,
say,
like,
but I think mine will boringly be McDonald's. Just because it's always been there, and
the older I live, the more McDonald's is going to go down the shit.
Sure.
Like, if we were taking this in 1992, it would be McDonald's far and away. McDonald's and Burger King won too, right? But now, like, you know how you see, you know what I hope you can see in heaven, Josh or John, like, you know when they do the national champions, like all of the national champions, and they have the years go by and they show you the bar chart move along. I hope they do that with this fast food thing.
Another stat I think I'd like to see is the amount of songs individual songs.
Yes, playlist for individual songs. Agree.
And how many times I've listened to each song.
And what is really my most watched movie, and how many times did I watch it, right?
True.
Like all of that kind of stuff would be.
Hero Sandwich Shop in Fremont would have been high on my list. We used to eat there all the time.
Right.
It was basically Fremont's knockoff of Little King, and it was delicious.
I feel like you'll get like this printout, and there'll also be like graphics, and it'll
and
be like,
WC
you ate 8 swimming pools, right, worth of ice cream during your lifetime, and all these sorts of things as well. The other thing I hope that you get is like a highlight video of all your weirdly good, no matter how good of an athlete that you were or weren't, a highlight video of all of the times that you did weirdly athletic things. Right, like threw a piece of paper across a room and made it into a trash can, like from a long ways away. Made a diving catch on something that was about to fall off a counter. Like I want to see
the one that I will be watching, like the YouTube video that I just can't stop watching, will be the time that I was 1-on-3 in gym class war ball and took out the 3 best jocks in 5th grade, and all I did was just intentionally. Basically, Sam Darnold overthrow everybody, and they were all cocky and thought they could catch it. So they would all jump up and try to catch it. It'd hit their hand. They'd be out, and I took all 3 of them out. It is still probably my greatest athletic achievement of all time.
I have a similar one where it was just me by myself in gym class in dodgeball. The rest of my team was in jail. Basically, the entire other team was around. I had 2 balls in my hand, and I was just deflecting. And I managed to pop one up and catch it when the most athletic person in our school was next up to get out of prison on our team. Then he came in, I got out, but then he got everybody else in.
Yeah,
I won that for us. I did that.
We all have those, but I hope they also enhance them to make them look as cool as we remember them, because I don't want them to be disappointing, right?
Oh yeah, it's never going to be in HD.
Yeah, like very enhanced. Very.
And I want a sky cam and everything.
Yeah,
you know.
Right. I want one with just Pat McAfee on the side commenting on it. Right. I want the coach's room.
All right. Well, that was a good dumb debates.
It was.
Good dumb debates.
I can't stop thinking about the fast food rankings now. Your end of
Oh,
life
I know.
fast food rankings.
I mean, I'm thinking of that bar chart right now that you see all the time.
1982, 1983.
We get to 1982. Oh, W.C. Franks is way out in front. Oh, 1983.
Right.
Now it's sinking back.
I would just love to like runs a fly in there when we moved to Nebraska, just like boom, you know.
I like that idea. I also hope that mine is in the format of a John Boy secret base video.
I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, 1990 when I discovered Subway, it just shot up
Oh,
the
yeah.
charts, and then up here comes Jimmy John's.
Oh
It's
yeah.
back the other way.
Go back down. I seriously want to see this so bad. So bad for like it probably exists for just like the most popular chains during those times, so which alone would be entertaining to watch. But seeing the quick ups and quick downs would be incredible.
Yeah.
I can't wait for fast food wrapped when I die.
God better have an analytics department. That's all I'm going to say.
Spotify has ruined it for heaven.
I'm going to be really disappointed. I'm going to be like, I don't think I want to be here. Send me to the other place. They probably have the analytics.
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
All right. We got more to come. We still have content and what's for dinner, as if you didn't get enough food talk in that last segment. It's all straight ahead on 1620 The Zone.
Okay, that's incredible. I think I can talk now. I'm curious what, like, as it stands today, because it would have been very different 10 years ago. Like that's an interesting question too. Like, what's made the biggest trending upward? What's the biggest trending upward fast food restaurant for you in these rankings in the last decade? That's Jimmy John's for me, I think. Probably. And then maybe Culver's is kind of on a 20-year run, I would say. Trending down, McDonald's, Burger King. Subway's been trending down for the last 10 years. Definitely. Chick-fil-A. I don't go to Chick-fil-A enough. I bet I've only been to Chick-fil-A. People are going to think this is crazy. Chipotle, definitely trending up. Yep, that's a big one. Chipotle would be flying in there quickly in the rankings. I bet I've only been to Chick-fil-A, I don't know, less than 10 times in my life. And we have 2 in Lincoln now, 3 in Lincoln. I'm trying to think if I'm missing any that would be in my clear top 10 would definitely have, I know it would have Amigos. If we're just talking fast food restaurants, Amigos runs up, McDonald's, Burger King would be in there still, based mainly on the olden days. And then Subway would definitely be in there. I don't think Taco Bell would be in there for me. I don't think Wendy's would. I know Wendy's wouldn't be in there for me. Culver's would be in there for me, I'm pretty sure. Taco Inn. I bet Taco Inn would be there for me, Troy. Good call. I bet Taco Inn would be in there in my top 10 if we're going that deep. That's 7. I don't think Chipotle would be up there. I don't think Arby's would quite make it. I would have a weirdly high amount of Hardee's, actually, not enough to make the top 10. There's no more Hardee's in Lincoln, though, so that's been gone for a while, so I wouldn't have that. Chick-fil-A puts an addictive chemical in their chicken that makes you crave for it for fortnightly. The Pentaveret, the Gettys, the Rothschilds. I'm going to mess up this line. That's a great line. I appreciate the reference, MK. Oh, and the Colonel, before he went tits up. Oh, these wee beady eyes. Oh, you're going to eat my chicken. Problem eating Taco Bell, more of any of those in my life, including McDonald's. Yeah, I don't think Taco Bell makes the top 10 for me. But again, there weren't a bunch of them in Lincoln like that were like close to where I lived. There just weren't a ton of them around. Like there was the one on O Street. I assume that was there most of my life that I've lived in Lincoln, but there's got to be something I'm forgetting in these groups. I didn't ever go to Long John Silver's. I don't think the last time I ate at Long John Silver's it was 1983. KFC, I've never really eaten at. Popeyes, I went to. I went to Popeyes more often when I was younger.
Still blows me away how the insane food topics just absolutely hijack everything on this show.
We like food.
We do. We do like food.
Our listeners like food.
Just thinking of my bar.
I was trying to figure out my top 10, John, and I think I got about 7 or 8 I'm solid on for sure, and the final few are a little difficult.
See, we were a Burger King family growing up. I cut out from Burger King for maybe 10 years, but then it came back pretty strong.
I
So
was
wonder if that's in my top 10.
was only a Burger King guy when they did the 2 burgers, 2 fries for $2 promotion back in the summer of 1988-ish.
That was huge.
And I would go down the street because the Burger King was right down the street from Sapp Brothers, and I would go down, and me and Tim or whoever I was working with that day, we would each get 4 burgers and 4 fries for $4, and it was great.
You know me, the contrarian. I was in the Burger King Kids Club growing up, which is not a bond easily broken. Everybody went to McDonald's. That was the popular one, but I was cool. I was alternative. I went to Burger King. Get me a
That explains a lot. That explains a lot, Nick.
Yeah?
That made you alternative. That made you alternative. I get it. Yeah.
Well, we had McDonald's and Burger King and an A&W that was only open in the summers back home. We had Taco John's too. There's one here.
A&W.
Connected to a Long John Silver's.
Yeah, I know, but it's we'd get a gallon of root beer. They'd fill up a gallon jug and we'd take it home. And
A&W is the best root beer, right? Like
to me, it is.
Barks is a close second, but I think A&W is goated. I liked Mug for a hot minute, but I don't think Mug that much.
No, A&W will always be my number one.
Here's a white hot thing. I bet if you took my analytics from my Burger King visits over the last 20 years, I'm at about a 95% breakfast rate at Burger King compared to non-breakfast orders.
Burger King does a great breakfast.
I bet I could count on 2 hands the amount of times I went there in the last 20 years for non-breakfast.
I think that Burger King has the best bang for your buck when it comes to a breakfast burrito. Especially if you go to McDonald's and you get a breakfast burrito, it's basically a taquito. But a Burger King breakfast burrito, there's girth to that. There's weight.
I don't think I've ever had a Burger King breakfast burrito.
It's good.
Because I always would get a croissant sandwich.
Yep.
Which is the second best breakfast sandwich behind the GOAT, the McGriddle.
McGriddle is really good.
That's the dumbest thing I have ever heard. I've heard you say a lot.
Oh, I know
things.
You and Josh and your.
I have heard you say a lot of dumb things on the radio, John, in a lot of years, but that is in the top 10 dumbest things you've ever said.
Jack is also a scared of sweet and savory loser.
Yeah. Scared. It's not scared of it. John is.
This is a guy who wants to have. He doesn't want regular plates in his house. He wants a lunch tray that has dividers because he doesn't like his food touching each other.
Some of them, yes, not all of it, but yes, some of them.
Kids don't like it because their palates haven't developed. You're an adult man with an adult man palate. Stop being a weenie.
I don't. I mean, I do not want syrup with meat. I will never want syrup with meat. I'm sorry, but I will not. And I don't think that's weird.
It's great. I mean, it's the best experience.
Stop. No, I do not want syrup with
pancakes and bacon. I'm sorry, it's pancakes and sausage, and you get the sausage all syrupy goodness and wet.
Also, the syrup on a McGriddle isn't even that offensive. It's barely there.
Oh, it's in those little pods within the thing, and it ruins the taste of the meat. And isn't there cheese on those? Who wants cheese? Who wants freaking cheese with syrup? Are you kidding me? Listen to what you're saying.
It's delicious. It's wonderful. I don't know what you're talking about.
Jack, you're a grown-ass man.
Have you tried a McGriddle?
Yes, I have.
Instantly afraid of it because, oh no, it's going to scare me. It's
syrup does not belong with savory foods, and I don't like it. And I don't think that's a normal good adult take.
That is not a normal good adult
take.
Is. Most people I know, when they have such get a little syrup on there. Oh yeah, it's delicious this way. You get that the sage and the sausage mixing up with
it takes away. I love the meat. I love breakfast meat so much that I don't anything on them hurts it.
except ham.
Except for ham.
I don't think you can call ham a breakfast meat. Ham is
ham is too a breakfast meat.
Hold on. Let me finish. Ham is an all-arounder. You can have ham anytime.
Yeah, but that also means it's a breakfast meat. Just because a guy can play 15 different positions doesn't mean he can't be a third baseman. Yeah, I mean, it's a ham. Ham is a breakfast meat. It's an option at many, including on the Chris sandwich.
Ham can do everything, but it's mediocre at everything, right? He's like the Adam Frazier of your food, right? He can play every position, but he's gonna, bat 221, right, with 2 home runs for the year.
Well, that is a perfect, quick segue to this. We have playoff odds for Major League Baseball. Yesterday we played
baseball.
We played the guess who had the better college football playoff odds. Well, today it's time to play. Let's guess who has the better Major League Baseball playoff odds. And let's start with the Detroit Tigers, reigning defending wild card winners of Major League Baseball. And this is by percentage. They do offer the odds, but we'll do it by percentage. What are the odds of the Detroit Tigers making the playoffs by percentage?
Oh, of making the playoffs, not necessarily winning the division?
Making the playoffs. Just making the playoffs.
I think they might be the favorite, according to the odds makers, perhaps in the Central. So it's probably pretty good. There's probably I will say 60%.
60%, Nick?
Give me 70.
You're both way overshooting it. 41%.
Okay.
Wow.
41% that they will make the playoffs. Well, let's stay in the same division.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland.
Well, knowing that Detroit's 41%, I think Cleveland's probably right around there. Because I think I'm going to say they're probably, we'll do 35%.
I'm going to go 45.
56.
What?
56. Let's see. Next up, the Brewers, who have won the National League.
I got to think about that division now. That's got to. I haven't followed everything that they've done with rosters, but
Brewers have not done much.
Yeah, but they seem to always develop pretty well. I think that'll be pretty high. Give me 58%.
58.
I want to be in the 40s. I'll do 47.
Nick's closer, 44.
Wow.
44%. Let's go with the Mets, who made one of the biggest moves of all. Chance of odds that they make the playoffs. Make the playoffs.
I like Juan Soto, but I don't think he's going to move the needle that much. They still need players that they probably can't afford now. Give me 40.
Well, I think the odds will say 80.
73.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
How about your boy Skeens?
I love
and the
Skeens.
Pirates that they will make the playoffs.
Still pretty low. 18.
18? Wow, Jack. 35.
Jack's closer, 14.
What? Wow.
It is the Pirates after all. Let's see. Well, now let's go to our favorite teams. We'll start with the Chicago National League Ball Club to make the playoffs.
Based on what those other ones were saying, 27.
That's about the range I'm in. I'll go 30.
59. Come on, where's your faith?
How?
59?
59% chance of making the playoffs.
What?
The Colorado.
Okay, John, you can
Colorado Rockies.
We can be. I hate being a Rockies fan, and every time any person who talks MLB always treats them as the joke. And I get that they're bad, but I think we can be adults and have a serious discourse about the Colorado Ball Club.
The Colorado Rockies. What are the odds that they make the playoffs?
5%.
Now, did they re-sign Vinny Castilla or not? That depends.
No, Andres Galarraga is no longer playing.
Right.
Maybe they'll get Arondo.
What did you say, Nick? What percent did you say?
At 5.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at.
think I'm being
I'll give you a little more. I'll say 8.
1%.
Wow.
That's fair.
It is plus 2,500. So if you put down $1, you can win 2,500. And the Kansas City Royals, odds to make the playoffs.
They made them last year, but it'll be
I'm
down.
gonna say 70.
No. It's going to be, based on what you've told me so far, it'll be about 26.
39.
Dang, I'll take that.
For S's and G's,
Yes.
let's do the White Sox.
The Chicago White Sox.
Ooh.
So I looked at the Fangraphs Zips projection for the White Sox, and they're projected to win 20 more games this season than they did last
I would hope so. White Sox, 12%.
I think they will be better than the Rockies. Give me 5% for the White Sox.
0.7.
I don't think they're going to be worse than the Rockies again.
0.7. Plus 3,000 to make the playoffs.
Sad.
I think there's too much recency bias in these lines.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, I mean, they didn't build those buildings because they were bad at their job. By the way, Dodgers 98%.
Oh, okay.
Yankees 80, Braves 76, Orioles and Mets 73, Phillies 72. There's your top teams to make the playoffs according to Bet Online.
Where are the Twins?
Oh, Twins are 42.
I'm surprised the Yankees aren't a little higher just because, they don't have I think it's a third baseman they still need to find. But the Yankees are scary, building something scary right now, I think. They didn't get Juan Soto, but they made up for it. I think they made up exactly for Juan Soto's WAR by signing all these other players, and they saved money doing it.
Coming up next, we have content. And today in content, I got to scroll down. I forgot what was in content because Nick wrote the questions, not me. We're going to give our confidence level in Nebraska and Creighton to make the NCAA tournament. We are basically 2 months away from Selection Sunday. And a surprising, it has to do with Texas.
State?
No, the Longhorns.
Oh.
Okay.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
All right, guys, hang on. I'm going to be right. I got to run upstairs real quick. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. All right. That was some I did not have MLB talk on the bingo card there for the show today. I don't know if I was prepped very well for that. I haven't quite yet. I got a couple more weeks till I shift to prime interest in Major League Baseball. Doing a little cleaning up in my home office here. It gets very messy. I got about 1 million cups down here usually. It's usually a problem. Was it Wednesday night? See, now we're into a depressing time of the year too, sports-wise, where the only thing on is college basketball. And luckily my team, like it is a lot of years, isn't completely eliminated already, which makes it a lot worse, but it's not a great feeling with them right now. So I'd be more excited. I'll be more excited to watch college basketball. College basketball is like baseball, where I'll watch my own team and I'll be somewhat interested in the conference if my team is doing well. So I'll be somewhat interested in the playoff race in baseball if my team is doing well. Otherwise, I can't really watch anything else. Unlike college football, I'll watch any game. NFL, I'll watch any game. All right, nobody's very chatty right now, so. They need to change the song and make it "Ham is the Adam Frazier of meat."
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, so the boys from After Hours are here, and of course they get the great wings every week. I just had peanut butter and jelly wings.
I've had those before. Those
I
are
have
amazing.
too.
Not very sweet, though. Not sweet.
No, it's a really good flavor combination.
It is. It is. But it's the sweet and the savory, and some people might be afraid of it because their taste buds are still, stuck back in 1989.
I could. We'll get to this. I don't want to start a food debate again. I could never have jelly. You could say, Jack, jelly is extinct from the rest of the earth for, everywhere on earth for life. And I would not. I would be like, okay.
What about jam?
Don't care. Fine. Get rid of it.
Sad. What a dork. Talk to me, boys. As we're midway through January, in 2 months from now, it'll be the Saturday of conference tournament week. Where's your confidence level on a scale of 1 to 10 that Creighton and Nebraska will safely be in the NCAA tournament?
Both? Oh,
I'm going to go for, and I'm rating it on today. Creighton. Ooh. 4. Nebraska. Again, I think, the Big East, it's not going to get as many teams.
Oh, here we go.
No, I just don't think they will. It's not being a victim. It's being smart and knowing the field. Nebraska, 6.
Creighton.
Lines subject to change.
Nebraska, I'm probably at a 7, 6.5 or 7. Creighton, I actually have to look at here to.
They're on the bubble right now.
Yeah, they're right. If you look at bracket matrix, they are the last. They look like the last at-large team in right now.
Yeah,
on 40 of 59 brackets. So I guess if it's that close right now, but they're playing better now. I'll give them a. Oh, it'll all work out for them. It always does, and the Big East gets all the advantages.
Well, the great ones, you always do.
So I'll say it's 6 for them. Also,
all right.
So about the same.
The Iowa State women's basketball team won its game last night, but didn't do something that had happened at least once in every game since 1995. Make a 3-point field goal. Their 945-game streak ended last night.
Wow.
Guys, do you know the last time your favorite college basketball teams didn't make a 3-point field goal?
Now I cheat because I know this answer because I keep track of it. There's an ongoing streak. It's been 1,037 games. That dates back to 1993, February of 1993. Jack, knowing that you have this Rain Man-like ability to randomly pull figures, the Nebraska streak.
It's not long, I'm sure. I
kind of thought you might know this.
I don't know off the top of my head. It's got to be at least 5 to 7 games ago. No, let's see. There's some thin 3-point years in there. So but I don't know how far. I bet it's during the Barry Collier era, maybe. I don't know. I'll say I'll say there's one within the last 10 years.
Almost.
No, probably just out. It's got to be a little further because things were really bad. That 10 years ago is when they got good.
December 18th, 2012, they went 0 for 5 against Jacksonville State. I don't know what the number count is, but that's the last time it happened.
Wow.
Was 2012 Jacksonville State.
Okay. Yeah,
I
I figured
maybe
it'd happen.
strangely you would remember that.
No, I don't. I don't specifically, but I'm not surprised. I mean, there were games with there were a lot of years they barely tried, to shoot threes all that often. So that's not super surprising. That's crazy about Iowa State women, though, that they had made it that many in a row. That's crazy. Wow.
That's why we call Iowa God's country. Everything amazing.
I mean,
happens there.
Creighton men, the Creighton men's streak is only the 10th longest.
And how far did that go? Did you say?
And that 1993.
That's wild.
Jeez. Wow.
Mike Tomlin had a message for those who think maybe an NFL team should trade with the Steelers for their head coach. Save your time. So despite a 5th consecutive one and done in the playoffs, the 18-year head coach appears to be staying in Pittsburgh. Jack, you must admire the loyalty this organization has for their coaches. Would this be the most boring hot seat radio talk in America?
Probably, because the loyalty in itself is kind of a thing that there's like the few coaches I believe Steelers fans probably pride themselves on, to be able to just roll off 3 coaches and it cover 79 years or whatever. Like, I think that's something that they kind of pride themselves on a little bit, although I know there's pressure now. I don't know. And I know you're probably wanting something new, but God, he's just so consistent. He's so consistent, and he's done it, and he has got to the highest levels too. So
I just picture Steeler fan talk around Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, where everyone looks like Jack, except they're dressed in black and gold, and they're drinking Iron City beer, and they're like, "See, you can't fire your coaches. You got to give them a chance. They're fine. You got to have that continuity. If you don't have that continuity, then you'll never be great. And if you lose the continuity, then the rebuilding process. I don't want to go back to ground zero. I just envision all Steelers fans in Pittsburgh.
And guess what? They've basically been right on that. So, right? Am I wrong? They've basically been right. Got Super Bowl victory. Got multiple Super Bowl victories in the last, I don't know.
They haven't won the Super Bowl in almost 20 years.
They beat the Cardinals and they beat Seattle. And
08?
When they played the Packers, who won that Super Bowl? The Packers.
Green Bay.
Green Bay won that. Okay.
Yeah, they haven't been to the Super Bowl since then. That's been 15 years. So,
yeah.
While the number of viewers were less than last year's Chiefs-Dolphins Freezer Bowl on Peacock, Amazon Prime's NFL playoff debut of Steelers-Ravens drew 22 million viewers, the highest ever for Prime Video and 4th highest NFL stream-exclusive game of all time. How soon, Jack, before more playoff games are stream-exclusive? And John, too, but I know that Jack loves this stuff.
Tons of them are coming. I mean, that is the best way to make sure that people don't cut your service en masse and don't have it unlimited. We were just talking about this on my show this week. How would you rank the services now that they've made it easier to cancel services? What are the services you're least likely to cancel? And the TV ones are all ones that, for me, that have regular sports as part of them. And if you don't have sports as part of you, I'm more likely to cut you. So, like Apple, Disney Plus, more likely to cancel those because they don't have sport. Now that there's going to be football on Amazon, there's other things with Amazon, but Netflix would be one that I would cut. If they get more football on Netflix, I'd be less likely to cut them.
Wow, that's a good question. Off the top of my head, probably of the ones not to cut.
Yeah, what are you holding
on
to?
Say, well, now I've got a complimentary to Paramount.
You can count that though, but what would be the ones?
But I'm just looking at it from a sports, probably Peacock.
Well, YouTube TV is first for me. Because that's
I don't have.
cable.
I still have Allo, so I don't have YouTube TV.
Oh, geez, wow. You and my mom. That's about it. Anyhow, YouTube would be number 1, and then in terms of the other streaming services, I probably shouldn't cut. I mean, people will make fun of me, but I wouldn't cut Big Ten Plus because I watch tons on there.
I currently have that for free.
I want to hear the students call this random wrestling match.
Wow. Yeah, one of those students is hosting your morning show now. Come on.
Good point.
Finally, the Colts will be the designated home team for the first ever NFL regular season game in Berlin, Germany. The game is going to be played at the historic Olympic Stadium, built for the 1936 Olympics, hosted by the...
And And the overhits.
Designated Hitler.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
It's in the same stadium. I'm kind of surprised they didn't tear that down.
Yeah.
You would think they were trying to get rid of a lot of,
I mean, with the amount of money it cost, I guess, and like, I guess
pot committed.
There.
I mean, boy. By the way, when is the NFL? Are they making gobs of money on NFL interest in Europe? Are we really?
Absolutely, they are.
Are they?
They're
Yes. How?
Yes.
From how? From what?
Promoting these games like this. There's a lot of Europeans that I'm friends with because I met them on Xbox.
Of course you did.
The last few years, the impact, like Germany loves the Chiefs for whatever. Germany loves the Chiefs. The Dolphins are
the Germans and the Chiefs shaking hands emoji.
The Dolphins and the Jags are kind of big in England right now
because the Jags are willing to play all of their games over there because no one wants to go to their games here.
Plus, nice with the proliferation of just how sports betting has gotten worldwide, people are paying attention to it more. The NFL, and I think that has been a net positive for the league.
Listen, if I mean, we're going to tolerate these things. If anything, it gives us day-long football because games start at like 8 a.m, and so you just go right into the noon game. So there's a benefit there. As long as this is the thing that keeps us from actually having a European franchise, if we just give them their token 8 games a year or whatever.
Is it coming? Is that coming? A European
I don't
franchise?
think so.
I think half and half?
I think this has replaced that idea. Because instead we can just send, and if you think about it, it makes more sense. We could just send every team over there on a rotating basis,
except the
or
Jags.
we can just have a team over there.
The Jags are always there.
Okay, think of it because is the comparison like the premiership in the United States, like the NFL is to Europe, right? That's kind of EPL. Or would we like it if they came over if they said, hey, we're going to add an EPL, just hypothetically, going to add an EPL team in the United States, right? I wonder what the reaction, how much more the country would gravitate toward that league.
The amount of people.
Listen, just like Dippin' Dots is the ice cream of the future, soccer is the sport of the future. You know it'll just explode in popularity.
I knew you had to make commentary
over by soccer there.
It's an interesting question. If they made an American EPL team, what would the reaction be?
A lot of people started paying attention to that team in Miami when Lionel Messi signed.
Yeah. Yeah. What if you get a New York team playing, Crystal Palace or whatever,
It's like, or even
Wolverhampton.
I can never listen. I can never hear the name Crystal Palace without thinking about the movie War Games, because that was one of the code. I think that was the code for the main base was Crystal Palace. So I'm up here. I'm Matthew Broderick, Ali Sheedy. It's all there. When we come back, we will wrap up the Grum with what's for dinner, as if you didn't get enough food talk already on 1620 The Zone.
Thanks for hanging, everybody. Appreciate it. That was wow. I have never done a radio show like that with just that bombshell in the middle of sad news, and then just that was crazy. So, Nate, I love Jack's commentary through the break, but it makes it hard to do other stuff during the commercials. Commentaries can't miss radio. Thank you. That's how I feel when I watch NFL Red Zone. Because I want to, obviously, since I get up and go to the bathroom, but I even want to take a nap sometimes on Sundays. A nice Sunday afternoon nap. You have a big brunch or Sunday dinner or whatever, and I'm always watching it. I'm just I'm never going to take a nap here, and I need to. I want to, but I can't. So, thank you, Baptism by Fire. Appreciate it. Thank you, Damon. I'll be back Monday. Doing a lot of this right now. I'll be back Monday, the 20th with Josh. I'll be back the 31st also with Josh. So 2 out of the next 12 shows. So that'll be fun. Tuesday or Monday will be the national championship game. It's also inauguration day, and that gives me a good idea not to pay too much attention to that. So that's good. I stand by that syrup meat take, by the way. I feel that very strongly. I feel that in my bones. Don't put syrup on my sausage. Oh, and don't put like jelly on my bread. I don't think it's an immature, because there are definitely mature mixing of ingredients I like. I just really good savory things that I like bread and butter, or breakfast sausage or bacon. I just don't need anything. I like them how they are. Or eggs. Yeah, same thing. Well, especially egg. That sounds gross when you get syrup on scrambled eggs. That's literally nasty. So, no, not for me. The KFC famous bowls. When they first, let's be honest.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just going out to eat.
Listen, you can carry on with your silly little conversation about no syrup on your sausage all you want during your little off-air commentary, but I am not going to have the good name of Aunt Jemima, the Pilrose Milling Company, besmirched because her great product ended up on my sausage link, and it tasted damn good.
They're great it's great on pancakes and waffles, for sure. I agree.
And by the way, if the syrup does get a little bit in the scrambled eggs, you man up, you eat the little part of the scrambled egg, and you move on. You power through. It's perfectly fine. And no, Bayman, I don't put syrup on my wings. I don't put syrup on everything. There's just some things, the sweet and the savory, go good together. Breakfast sausage and syrup, they go great together. Anyway,
you dip your steaks in chocolate?
I do not dip my steaks
Why not?
in. It's not everything. What is it with you extremists? It's got to be all this.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing.
Stay between the ditches. Anyway, last night, I mentioned it earlier, the wife made some zuppa toscana. And I had a little of that when I got home from Super Toscana. Made the recipe originally from Italian Applebee's, and it all comes full circle.
Nice.
Oh, that's Tuscan soup. I've been in Tuscany in the last 2 years.
Right, but it became popular in this country because of Italian Applebee's.
Yeah, I know.
I didn't realize that was Tuscan soup until right now.
Toscana. Nice. It's Tuscan. It's what they call
Tuscan.
No,
I understand now.
Oh, okay. I thought you could. I didn't think that was a very complex translation, but
well, it is for me, Jack. I don't know Italian. I'm sorry. I can't be as cultured as you.
Nope, you can't. It's very hard. I have no idea what I'm having for dinner. I never have any idea what I'm having for dinner. We don't have the same thing for dinner ever. I usually eat something not till 9 o'clock, and it's usually just mixing crap in my fridge. So in a bowl with some cheese on it in the microwave.
Oh, so but not the syrup.
No, I don't. You're right. I don't put syrup on it. You're right. Correct.
It's like Josh never left. I think we're doing something with chicken thighs tonight.
Oh, good Lord.
Uh-huh.
There's no originality anywhere. Jack, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Josh will be back tomorrow. Team Jack forever.
Just before Martha Street. It's causing stop-and-go traffic back to Leavenworth. Also, delays on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 72nd. If you're east on I-80, delays around 84th. We've got slow going on westbound L Street at the JFK, on westbound Dodge between 108th and 120th, and also some slow movement on southbound 204th around Q Street. I'm Mike Neville.